Good afternoon. Welcome to the City Council meeting of June 22nd, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask that we all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem, and to the marketing department from the City of Grande Prairie for the images. I'd now like to take the opportunity to read our land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledged the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island, and acknowledge that these lands have been home to diverse First Nation and sovereign First Nations and Inuit nations since time immemorial. My apologies. We'll now move on to the adoption of the previous council minutes, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held June 8th as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Connor. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with errors or omissions, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. All right, we'll continue. Moving on to number 5 on today's agenda, the adoption of today's agenda. I will move to Councillor O'Toole.
I move the council adopt the agenda with the addition of item 7.2, the Canada Day Parade Marshal. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. That too carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 6, delegation portion of our meeting. So when we have an afternoon session, we have a delegation session. When we have an evening session like we do today, there's also an opportunity for delegations. However, this afternoon we have 2 groups who have let us know ahead of time that they wish to speak to council. If you're watching online and you're interested in coming to speak to council, it's very simple. Please fill out the form ahead of time to let us know you're coming, and you take about 5 minutes to address council. Then council asks you questions that they may have. Following that, we do a little bit more business, then we deal with delegation business towards the end of each agenda. First on today's agenda, item 6.1, the Women's Shed, She Shed, Grande Prairie. And I would ask that the individuals please come forward. Your microphone is on. It's not attached to the table, so just pull it nice and close to you, please. And once you get situated, if you could introduce yourself and then take 5 minutes to address council. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Clayton, Tansy, Councillor Berg, and Auger, and hello to everybody. My esteemed councillors, media, members of the gallery. I am Wendy Everett, I'd say instigator of the Women's Shed, She Shed, Grande Prairie, Alberta #1. I thank you for the opportunity to speak without prejudice on this initiative, which has grown exponentially in a few weeks. I am here to ask Mayor Clayton and councillors for your consideration to waive the Teresa Sargent Hall room rental fees when the hall is not in use and available to house our own safe space, home, where kindness, safety, ensured awareness, and prevention education is of utmost importance for the success of the club. With a zero increase in the city's operating budget, I can make the CFO and the city manager et al. Very happy. We're not asking for a penny. It's already there, it's already heated, it's already cooled. It's open 7 days a week. The Woman She Shed Grande Prairie members would be very willing and happy to cover any extra incidentals such as paper products, and absolutely will clean up after ourselves. We could go on road trips or foraging herbs or picnics, etc. when the hall is in use, and we can get out of your way. I have so much support, positive blessings for this highly respected, long overdue, and valued initiative from, I got Dr. Robert Spignew Gullick. He's the president of the Men's Shed Canada. I have Honorable Nolan Dick. I've got the Mayor Kate Potter of Sexsmith, Seniors Outreach, GP Council of Aging, Odyssey House, PACE, Suicide Prevention, and the thousands of ladies that I've already told about the She Shed initiative. The initiative is a safe gathering space for women of all ages, different backgrounds, experiences, needs, and abilities, with mentorship across the ages, where we can gather to foster community connections, friendships, create long learning opportunities, problem solving before crisis, belonging, learn by sharing skills, build healthy learning environments, expand social networks, enjoy social connection and reduce isolation, support emotional well-being through shared knowledge, and jumping in to help when a cry for help becomes aware to all of us ladies. Overcoming feelings of lack of purpose, support one another, this all can save lives. With this safe space, the ladies will be ensured that they will never again have to concern themselves of having to go into the fight, or flight survival mode in our happy, healthy, nurturing space. The Teresa Sargent Hall is just the perfect location. It's a win-win for both of us. The beautiful sun-filled glass windows crave the sound of laughter, music, lively, healthy discussions with all the coffee and tea that you can have. That's exactly why I thought to choose this hall, to be called the home for the ladies of the Woman Shed, She Shed, Grande Prairie, Alberta #1. That could accommodate a come-and-go individual or in group sessions that will be ongoing atmosphere with council's waiving of the fees. Additionally, the convenient parking, the easy access, the outdoors possibility of a community garden, its convenient downtown location, all being wheelchair accessible. I am very confident and the ladies can and will easily ask for grants and sponsorships if needed. But I don't honestly really see much need for money, maybe to help out families in Grande Prairie and area with emergency donations, etc. This can be decided as we go along. We all have extra crafts and art supplies to donate for all to use on this site. Jeffrey's Cafe Company will get more sales than the Prairie Gallery, more foot traffic through its halls. It's a win-win. Similar to the Men's Shed, the model creates opportunities for connections, practical activities, education, creativity, and community participation, designed around women's identification and identified needs, and without a male watching or their input insisting on it's just going to be a female, woman, lady thing. We have our own say in our own outcomes. This is not a counseling program or a social service agency or a mental health agency. It is not intended to duplicate existing available services. It fills a gap by creating an informal, community-led environment where women can connect before challenges become crisis. It is a place that strengthens community well-being, that promotes kindness. I know firsthand that many women in Grande Prairie, Alberta and area face barriers that are not always visible because we're the best actresses. There's social isolation, a lack of close family and friends, caregiving and parenting responsibilities, economic challenges, no transportation, transitions after divorce or retirement, our hormones, physicality, and our mindsets, recovery from difficult experiences, years of healing from life, bullying, harassment, battering, horrific experiences, relocation, or simply a lack of places to belong, away from abuse, and to feel safe. Potential activities could include anything we want. Workshops, practical skills, education, artistry, music, creative projects, power tool empowerment, woodworking classes, wellness education sessions, purposeful activities, community gardening, community kitchen, meal prep tools, peer support and conversation groups and connections, working together for changes, intergenerational discussions, lifelong learning opportunities, canning, preserving, herb tinctures, edible plants, recipes, cookbooks, bread making, volunteer development, mentored oil, acrylic, watercolor art classes, practical workshops, budgeting classes 101, parenting ideas 101, leadership and volunteer opportunities, releasing our creativity. Through Women Supporting Women by investing in building healthy, connections, findings show communities are stronger when people have places where they're seen, valued, and connected without judgment.
Ms. Everett, sorry to interrupt, but are you almost done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you for your consideration to vote on the waiving of the fees for the Woman Shed, She Shed, Grande Prairie, Alberta, the greatest place to be. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Council, as per normal, opportunity for questions for the delegation. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in and sharing your, obviously, a lot of passion and ideas around a group that you want to get going. I did a little research, and I just seen that you guys had your first kind of a meeting about 2 weeks ago now. So I'm just curious, how many members do you currently have for that?
Over 100 right now. The first meeting, there was 20 that showed, 20 ladies, and now there's over 100. I didn't check today, but it's probably up to 120.
Okay. And have you had an event at all yet? Like
every week we've been doing it. Every Wednesday, we had one on the 17th, and then also I'll have one on the 24th this Wednesday. And then if we get July 4th, when the renovations are over in the Multicultural Center, then it would go 7 days a week for the ladies to come and go as they want and do their own individuals. And then we'll start presenting art courses. And
so you want to build it into a 7 day a week?
I think so. The room is open 7 days a week.
Okay.
Building is open 7 days a week.
Yeah.
That was just an idea.
No, that's fair.
Yes. If it's open, it's...
Till I got on council, I had no idea how booked that facility is. The Multicultural Center is booked quite often, but
Teresa Sargent, I don't think so. It's like Earth Day, and there's like two...
It's booked surprisingly a lot more than...
Is it?
Yeah.
Because I've asked. I asked for those numbers.
But, no, I appreciate you giving me some numbers on it. I just one other question. Are you a registered organization now as well?
No, we just started.
Just started?
A couple
Okay.
weeks.
Perfect.
And I'll ask you if you could help us to do what we need to do if we need it. Your guidance would be awesome if I'm missing something. It's my first time doing it in Alberta.
Oh, appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Wendy. I think you're doing some good work here, and I appreciate it. I do question the Teresa Sargent Hall, though, when you mention woodworking.
Outside. We would go outside.
Which is a public park. But also you mentioned kitchen with canning and different things like that.
Just we could go on field trips to people's houses.
So as I sit here and was listening to your presentation, the first thing that came to mind is the Center for Creative Arts, where they have the facilities for a lot of those craft-oriented concepts. Or even 55 North and their facilities where they have a kitchen. So you talked about canning, learning to cook, different things like that. So as I sit back, I love what you're doing and I appreciate what you're doing, but my quick perspective is that there might be better venues.
I thought this one would be perfect for us. It's a new initiative. There's going to be hundreds of people coming, hundreds. And so I could see 1,000 people wanting it. It's just that I see the room is huge, and I've only really heard that it's only used a few times. Like there's Earth Day, and I asked Ray Mate to give me numbers, but I didn't get that. He was the manager
Okay.
of the.
Okay.
Is
Thank
it?
you.
Ray.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Miss Everett. Just curious where you would store all this equipment if you're going to be there every day, and that's a concern of mine.
Yeah.
So
We've thought of that. I've thought of that. There might be a storage room in that facility, I thought, but also we could make rolling cabinets and out they go to another, like if it's, we're up and out as soon as you need it. And we could put our tables down ourselves, and room setups would be nothing on the staff.
Okay.
It would be all the women that would be able to just do what they wanted to do in the empty room if they walk in. But I did see rolling cabinets, if we could get those made or have them.
okay,
Somebody will get that.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. And a storage room should be there. I haven't been in that.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for coming in, Wendy.
Thank you.
I do think the idea, the concept of a she shed is something that is needed for an outlet for our women here to gather in. But similar to Councillor Berg, I'm not sure the Teresa Sargent Hall is a perfect fit. Sounds like there's lots of opportunity. It also sounds like you may be leaving the Teresa Sargent Hall quite a bit to perhaps do a field trip, whether that's gardening outside or woodworking or cooking class somewhere else. So my question for you is, I know this is relatively new, but have you looked into any other spaces as well, either city or commercial spaces? And I ask that because I know that the men's shed, they typically, when I first saw this, I thought, well, they do a lot of woodworking, they do a lot of stuff that creates a lot of noise, and in a public building that's so open. Like
It was just
Montrose Cultural
ideas.
Center. Yeah.
Everything's ideas right now.
Well, and
And it's brand spanking new. So it was just ideas. They could go outside. There's one lady that said that she would teach a bit of how to work tools, but we wouldn't be doing without the HVAC and the, like it's not, it's just the open space that I thought was there. And I assumed that there's only a couple days a month that room is used. But as I said, I couldn't get that figure in for you. But no, we were just,
Okay.
I thought that was a beautiful space. It's new. It's just gorgeous for the facility. It's just like, okay,
No, I don't disagree. I think it's a
Right?
great place for community to
the
gather.
sun, the windows, if there's kids outside, you can watch your kids playing as the women did their thing. You know,
Yeah.
I just thought it's a gorgeous space. Absolute. And it's not used.
I don't disagree with you.
Right.
I think it is a gorgeous space.
Yeah.
I think it
It's
gets
just an idea.
used
It's
a
an
bit
idea,
more.
and I went with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like ideas.
Yeah.
As somebody who, in the past, like when I did music festivals, for instance, when I first came to town, my first site that I picked was actually the Montrose Cultural Center field. I was going to do it in conjunction with the Street Performers Festival. But I got a little pushback from the organizers of the Street Performers Festival, and I had a little pushback from my musicians as well, saying, well, there's already a stage over here. Why don't you check out Muskogee Park? And I had to sort of move on the sly. The reality
We're
is
open,
there's
yeah.
lots of great ideas,
We're
and there's
open.
also great opportunities throughout the community.
It was just an idea, and I went with it. And 100 people are like, oh, that is a beautiful spot.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you for coming today and presenting. I, too, am not certain that this is the right location. If you're looking for privacy, it's not a private area. You got the front doors coming in from the field, and then there's the coffee shop that's making stuff, and it's quite noisy at times. So if you're looking for that perspective, it's not the perfect fit for you. I do love the building myself, but when you're cutting wood and stuff
I don't think
like
we'd
that.
be really cutting wood in there.
But
It was just an idea.
yeah, okay. But okay, thank you very much for coming.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Everett, thank you so much again for coming. I just had one question. Can you tell me any work you've done with corporate sort of Grande Prairie? Have you started to have organizations involved? You're going to need some support financially. And so if you had any conversations with our corporate community to talk about potential support or partnerships.
Yep, with Seniors Outreach, is that corporate? Seniors Outreach, I've been talking to Tyler. I phoned her again today. I haven't got the call back yet. But no, I've written to PACE and I've written to Suicide Prevention, and I've done all the what else was it? There's just everybody. I've just told everybody.
And so, sorry, I think those are great groups that you'd want to partner with for bringing people. But
Oh, money,
for
it's
pay-
oil and gas. You got the
So,
oil
do you
and
have
gas.
any partnerships yet in place
But
with corporate energy companies like you
I
mentioned?
fundraised like 10 million in Grande Prairie, through 8 million with the nursing program and 2 million with Center 2000. So I see no problem with finding money.
So, do you have a budget in mind that you
There's
plan?
no budget right now. It's like zero. It's zero right now because it's heated and it's cooled already. So it would be at a zero budget. We're not asking for 1 penny.
But your supplies.
Our supplies, we have tons of supplies. Everybody has offered to hand in all their art supplies that they've stress shopped for. So, and if there was a room at the back, at the storage room, I'm just not sure. There's probably a wee room that we could just put stuff in, and if not, then we would roll with the rolling cabinets. It's all ideas, and I love your feedback is wonderful to tell me, which way to go and what would be the best and who do I have to call. Is this nonprofit? It's a first in Grande Prairie. I think there's a Calgary Women's Center, and I think that's something along the same lines, is it? Or is it completely different?
It's to
woman's?
my knowledge, it's different. But speaking of that, have you reached out to Odyssey House to see what program they have that aligns?
I've been through Odyssey House myself. So I know that the group counseling that they offer, they used to do a wee craft every week. And that was if you just finish one craft that you excelled like this high, you're just like, oh my God, I actually finished a project without being, so I did go through all the Odyssey and the narcissists and the psychopaths and the fun experiences of life. But Odyssey House would definitely bring people in, I'm sure, and they cab them over free. It's all free cabs through Odyssey House. So I know, I've been through it all. So I know what their programs are, and I know that we can definitely help. But we can save lives right now with this program, with your people being isolated. You just sit there all day alone, and your mind just takes you where you shouldn't go. So I thought with all the women that have gone through this, we can mentor these young people that are coming up, because there isn't a place really that you can actually go and have a grandmother, a mother. That idea, it takes a village to raise a family. Like, I want to go back to that. I want to go back to, let's go outdoors, let's forage, let's learn how to eat properly. No more the grocery stores. It's just, it could go so far. It's like, I can't believe how far it could go with this project.
Right.
I bet you there'd be 1,000 people that are going to want this. 1,000.
Well, thank you for being here
You're
today.
welcome.
I don't have any of my colleagues in the queue with any further questions, so really appreciate you bringing your ideas forward and taking the time to visit council today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I'll now move on to the other organization on today's agenda who let us know ahead of time. Item 6.2, the 2SLBGBTQIA plus Queer Connections Grande Prairie. It's a mouthful, my apologies. If you could come forward and introduce yourself, that would be great. Appreciate. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. And if you'd like to come back to speak to council, please feel free to fill out the form again and come another time. Thanks so much. Moving on to item number 7 under reports. The first one being 7.1, the public member appointment. It's a verbal report. And I will turn this one over to Councillor O'Toole. Just a little bit of background. Our Combative Sports Commission has had a resignation as an individual is leaving town. We needed to appoint a new public member, and that is in your package, and I'll turn it over to Councillor O'Toole, as he is council's representative on this commission.
I'm just going to read the motion.
Thank you.
Council accept the resignation of Corrine James from the Combative Sports Commission and appoint Katie Beaverdorf for a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Great. That motion is in order. Any additional context, Councillor O'Toole?
Miss James left the commission because she just got a new job and she was going to be out of town a good portion of her week all the time. So.
Okay, thanks for that. So seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to 7.2, the Canada Day Parade Marshal. And so if you recall, last year, Council started with the tradition of appointing a parade marshal for many reasons. One, to recognize someone from our community who is achieving or overachieving within their sort of representation within the community, but also for us to help keep pace on the parade. So that parade marshal car is the first car, and it drives at a pace depending on how everything's going. And this year, Council is pleased. There's a motion in our package to appoint Oliver Dawson. If you're not familiar with Oliver Dawson, he's currently a national record holder in the 50-meter and 100-meter breaststroke. He is he's very close to holding the national record in the 200-meter, and more than likely will achieve that in the fall trials this Montreal in July. He is probably Canada's swimmer to be watched, and he's from Grande Prairie. We're very proud of the accomplishment that he has had recently. We will cheer him on as he continues to strive to be an Olympic swimmer, and he will be a great representative of not only our youth, of our community, but also of the swimming community. So I will look to Councillor Thiessen for the motion.
Well, that's great. I was just going to say all that stuff. I appreciate you saying that, Mayor Clayton. You did not miss one thing. So I'd move that Council appoint Oliver Dawson as the Canada Day Parade Marshal. And I'll just leave it at that. I was going to give a big spiel, but as I said, that's already been done. So please support this motion.
Great. Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 8, the first one in the committee business today, item 8.1, Council Committee of the Whole. This was a meeting held on June 10th. I'll look to Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move Council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held June 10th, 2026 as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor Berg. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. One item of business from the CCW, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to move Council approve the Montrose Cultural Centre concourse west of the existing concrete plaza as the new location for the Cenotaph. If you recall, a few weeks ago, I was quite outspoken at the original spot that was proposed that would have been right in front of the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie in that little plaza. I love the idea. I always attend the outdoor ceremonies, have for decades. And I love that this spot is concrete. It is snowblown and also has a lot of room for growth where it could go right all the way back to just outside City Hall here, and a little bit of room out in the park too. So as the event grows over time, there is room to grow, and I know that was a concern for the Legion, and so we did a council walkthrough and actually got to see the site, and so that was one site that I personally loved, and I hope the rest of council can support it.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to recognize Chief Cossey.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for that. Just wanted to let you know that the Legion also has been notified about this new location and they're supportive, so thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Recognizing Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I know that we went on a tour and seen different locations. This is, in my opinion, the best of them all. And just a question, is this going to be in use in November?
Chief Cossey, do you happen to know if it'll be ready for use this Remembrance Day?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions of administration? Seeing none, call the question on Councillor Berg's motion. That carries unanimously. Moving on to item 8.2, the Investment and Strategy Committee meeting held June 16th. I will turn this one over to Councillor Berg again.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council adopt the minutes of the Investment and Strategy Committee meeting held June 16th as presented.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on adopting the minutes. That carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Berg?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Or trying to make this so that I can read it. Hang on here. Okay. Community Connections, just letting you know the afternoon teas at the Forum's Homestead begin on July 8th. I haven't done it for a few years, but the one time that I did go, it was a very memorable experience and something I think everybody in Grande Prairie should have to do or should do while they live here. Invest Grande Prairie, updated retail market analysis was completed with primary trade area spend at $1.76 billion and total trade area spend of $4.71 billion. Top 4 spending categories in order are groceries, fashion, restaurants, and home improvement. And finally, in communications, the resident satisfaction survey is now available via telephone survey by Forum Research and online at engage.cityofgp.com. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Moving to item 8.3, the Financial and Administrative Services Committee meeting. I'll turn this one over to Councillor Plott for introduction.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just move that council adopt the minutes of the Financial and Administrative Services Committee on June 16th, 2026 as presented.
Thanks for that motion. That motion is in order. I'll call the question on adopting the minutes. That carries unanimously. Councillor Plott, any highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We didn't have any business arising, but we did have our service area update for Chief Whiteway. Under financial management, our administration is working with our departments on our mid-year capital requests and begun budget preparations, and work is underway with departments on internal variance reporting and forecasting. June 30th next in a few days here, so if you haven't got your tax notice, you really need to get a hold of us and get that figured out if you don't want to avoid penalties. June 30th is just around the corner for that. Under procurement, bids are currently on the market, include our 2026 traffic signal phase 2, our 2026 sidewalk trip hazard removal, tree planting and landscaping improvements, and consulting services for Lions Park washroom accessibility upgrades. Under GIS, the system deployment for the Enterprise Asset Management Program has continued, and the effort of the deployment and coordination of the new computer-aided dispatch is ongoing to meet Q3 timeline. This includes both the primary and backup call centers. And that's my report.
Great. Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Moving on to item 8.4, the Operational Services Committee meeting, also held June 16th. I'll turn this one over to Councillor Thiessen for introduction.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council approve the minutes or adopt the minutes of the Operational Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, June 16th as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with questions, concerns, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Pressy in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, any highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, just a few. All of our operational services are moving right along. We're building roads. We're sweeping the streets in the residential neighborhood as that was deployed last week. As far as development services go, our residential development is on pace to match last year with a significant increase into commercial development. So that's really good for the growth of Grande Prairie. We're seeing more houses. We're seeing more commercial spaces developed in our community. Also at committee, we received an update on the extended producer responsibility and how that's rolling out locally through the province's movements towards recycling and their strategy around that. Also, we had a presentation from Director of Transportation, Mr. Wade Nellis, on our winter operations review. This is an annual bit of review that we do on the service work of our snow operations, whether that's hauling snow, moving snow. Everything snow related was brought up in that meeting, and I encourage members who maybe have missed it and had their own suggestions for how we can improve the service to tune into our Operational Services Committee meeting from last week, as a lot of those questions and concerns were really allayed. We also received a verbal update on the O'Brien Lake Boardwalk that a resident came in at our last council meeting talking about. So we were discussing the potential of what to do with that. And finally, a motion was received from Mayor Clayton in regards to backyard suites in our rural service area. A report will be distributed to one of our future Operational Services Committee meetings for committee to discuss, the debate, and deliberate on whether or not we like the way that's going to roll out. And that is all for my report. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Great. Thanks so much for that, Councillor Thiessen. Moving on to item 8.5, the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting. And I'll turn this one over to Councillor O'Toole for introduction.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held June 16th as presented.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on the adoption of the minutes. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole, we have one item of business as a result of that meeting today. I'll turn this over to you.
Yes, it's the FCSS funding framework, and I was just
sorry, just before you go ahead, I just want to let you know that administration is here if you wanted an introduction.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Chief Miller to present, and you're going to divert it, aren't you?
Chief Miller, if you wanted to introduce, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll give it an attempt to introduce it, and I do have a team here to answer any questions that council may have. So this is an item that was brought forward at the request of council to review the allocation of FCSS funds for the 2027 to 2029 years. And it's about how the funds are distributed within our municipality. So within the FCSS mandate, municipalities can determine how FCSS funding is allocated based on local needs, community needs, and the provincial prevention priorities. So what we'd like to do is incorporate your direction into the pending RFP, and ultimately that'll guide us on how we distribute the funds later this year. So I do have Director Wenzel as well as a couple members of her team here today to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Ms. Wenzel, do you have additional context, just because it was presented at committee? So I'm wondering if there's any additional context for council.
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, at this time, would you like us to do a small presentation to have Melissa? Okay. We have Melissa Tucker, our social policy manager, and Deanna, our supervisor, here to offer just a small presentation of the funding allocation and the decisions that we're looking for the funding framework.
Great, thank you. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
We just have a couple of slides here to just kind of show what it is that we're asking council to consider.
There we go.
So just to provide a quick overview, this is based upon the original recommendation on how the FCSS funding that we have available to distribute to external organizations for programs and initiatives, what the recommended distribution would look like annually. So administration has proposed 2 streams of funding. Stream 1 for programs, this being about 80% of the funding, and Stream 2 for community development and capacity building initiatives. And we're recommending 20% of the funding be directed here. So the total amount of FCSS funding available annually is $1,098,976. So the original recommendation also includes the opportunity for council to decide how they would like the funds within the program stream to be allocated. So we originally recommended funding allocations to each of the 5 provincial prevention priorities that have been set by the province. So that is what the recommendation is here, along with the funding, the percentages, along with the funding amounts. So totaling the $879,180 that would fall under the program stream. So we wanted to propose an alternative so that's just to provide the overview of the original recommendation.
Perfect. Thank you. Open it up to questions from council. Councillor Roger.
Thank you. Seems like a lot of money. My question on the homeless one is, can you define what you mean by that statement, homeless? Like what kind of funding is going into the homeless systems in Grande Prairie, I guess would be my question.
Ms. Tucker?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. So when it comes to FCSS funding, we're really looking at prevention, and we're looking at prevention of the complex issue of homelessness. So within the scope of FCSS, that's more about connecting people to supports early on. So the programs that are available in the community, the navigation of services, making sure that as soon as somebody is feeling, that they are running into issues, whether it's with, food or, family issues, that they have resources in the community to get that initial support. So the province is really clear that these are the social issues that we're trying to prevent kind of in the long term. We don't want people to get to the crisis of homelessness. We want to make sure that their overall well-being is taken care of.
Okay, thank you. So you're saying it's more preventative and support systems?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for administration? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor O'Toole for Business Rising.
Thank you once again, Mayor Clayton. In committee, council directed administration to adopt the proposed FCSS funding framework for the 2027 through 2029 funding cycle. Number 2 was distribute the FCSS funding available for external investments with 80% directed towards programs and 20% to the community development and capacity building. The 3rd, allocate the FCSS funding for programs across the 5 provincial prevention priorities as follows. Homeless and housing insecurity, 10%. Mental health and addictions, 25%. Employment, 10%. Family and sexual violence, 40%. Aging well in the community, 15%. And apply a maximum annual FCSS funding cap of $135,000 per funded activity. And that was the motion.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. I guess happy to have discussion and debate on the motions. I will allow any other specific questions to the motions as business arising. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote.
And that carries?
And that carries unanimously.
Yes.
Thanks, ladies. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor O'Toole?
That was the big one. Discussed this a lot.
All right, moving on. No items of correspondence. Moving on to delegation business. Item number 10. One delegation here today, being the Women's She Shed. Opportunity for council to ask questions of administration. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton. I had my queue on for business. I don't have questions.
Okay. My apologies. Any questions for administration? Seeing no one else, go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor Clayton. In that case, I would move that council accept this delegation for information, which is really the polite way we often use of saying take no action at this time. And the reason I'd say that is I really do acknowledge the need for positive programs that various demographics of our community can drop in on. I really do appreciate volunteers that are willing to put on things that are positive for our communities, and the intent and the ideas that we heard here at that delegation table today, all great things I certainly support. But a few concerns I have is, the biggest one is we just allocated a lot of money to go toward, just literally about 2 minutes ago, we allocated a lot of money to go towards various social programs. And I think we've got identified processes of working with nonprofits in the community that are governed by a board, that have history in this community, that have a good plan, and we put resources towards those organizations. And I think that when there's new things going on in the community, I do want to support them, but a commitment of a really expensive and logistically challenging space is one that I don't think we can make. I understand that it's heated and cooled already, but there still are very real operational impacts to having recurring groups in a space, especially a space like that, in terms of increased staff costs, getting in the way of other programs. And I think it's a much bigger ask than the delegation realizes. And I think that when we're accommodating big asks like that, it should go through our identified processes, and we should be partnering with established groups. I like the Men's Shed, where they've been very successful, but they spent a couple of years building, and they got together with the Center for Suicide Prevention and worked with an established nonprofit to get going, and that's why they got so much community support. So that's the reasons why I think we should take no action at this time. I also do want to acknowledge some of the community conversation that has gone along with this group over the last couple of weeks, and I honestly don't know what role that community conversation online should have in council's decision, mostly because I literally don't know what the legal framework is around that. But I do want to acknowledge that conversation has been happening. It was very hurtful to members of our community, and all members of our community, I think the majority of residents would agree, deserve to belong here and should be safe here. And I know that there isn't that feeling over some of the conversation happening over the last couple of weeks. And so even though that's not my reason for making this motion, I do feel the need to acknowledge that, and I do want to say that publicly. Thank you.
All right. Discussion, debate on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to council member reports, which for those who might be watching is a little bit out of order. We usually do it at the end of our session, and we are having an evening session today, but as we're a little bit ahead of schedule, we're going to have this in the afternoon session. So starting in council member reports, I'll start with Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It happens every single council meeting, and sometime I'll be ready for it. A few things that I want to acknowledge is, along with Councillor Palat, I attended the Police Commission meeting. I also got to attend the Policy Governance meeting on behalf of Police Commission, and just the amount of work that's going on there is incredible, especially as we're seeing all these policies come through. I'm really getting appreciation for the literally thousands of tasks that these women and men who are working on it have had to do on behalf of our residents to keep them safe. And so I really appreciate the work of our police service members and civilian support that's going into this, as well as our own city staff that have put a lot into it. This weekend, Saturday, was a really fun one for me. I got to attend the Pride Family Carnival, and I had maybe the best pancake I've ever had in my life, as well as enjoying the community, just being together in community. And then it was also great to walk on to what always feels like sacred ground when you feel the drums, see the regalia, smell the smudge. And so really appreciate the volunteers that put on both those incredible events. I also would say something that I've really appreciated about Mayor Clayton's leadership is she's really taken seriously getting us meeting with stakeholders. And so I appreciated a meeting that I got to attend with most of you to meet with the Catholic School Division, the Downtown Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and those are just the three we have to do in the last couple of weeks. Those we are always meeting with a lot of different groups, and I know there's some other groups that I'm looking forward to meeting with shortly. So yeah, I always appreciate community members and council taking the time to talk with one another about community issues and how we can make this community better together.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Auger.
Well, thank you, Mayor. This time I did do up a report.
Awesome.
But it's not in fine detail. I did attend, starting from our last time, I've been to the Ecole St. Gerard School for an activity. I can't remember what it was. I went to Discover Grande Prairie at the Roy Bickle School. We did the Cenotaph location tour with Grant. And I'd like to thank Grant for all the work he's done just to really build on where the best place for the Cenotaph was. I sat in on a virtual intercity forum call. Did go do the kidney walk, and I think Kevin and I were on that walk. And I went to the Filipino Proclamation flag raising, and then I went to the Filipino Cultural Celebration right after that. I also attended to the party in white, and I tell you, that was one heck of a party. And cultural teachings at Riverstone, standing committee meetings. I did attend to the storm meeting and the AGM, and went to another meeting with the council stakeholders, went to the Aquaterra AGM, again went and did cultural teachings at Riverstone, and of course I sat in with our Grande Prairie Friendship Center and our city councilors meeting that we had. And just on, I did mention to the mayor that all of our Friendship Center board members really appreciated the chat that we had there. And so that was a positive. I went to the staff barbecue with 1,000 other city employees. And just this past weekend, I was at the Métis Crossing for strategic meetings with our Friendship Center. And the mayor and I went to the pipe ceremony yesterday. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Auger. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'll just start with my external committees first. Last week, Monday, we had our Mighty Peace Watershed AGM, which is a fairly decent turnout. Seems we usually get about 30 to 50 people to show up to these AGMs from across the watershed. This year, we had about 35 people show up, so we're meeting our averages. We also had several new members join in, and it seemed like a renewal of interest over everything that's happening across the watershed. And I can only imagine that's because of all of the different industry inputs that are being proposed across the Peace River, whether we're talking nuclear or whether we're talking data centers and what those implications mean. So people were interested in asking questions. We did receive a presentation from ABMI, which is our, Alberta Biodiversity Management Index, as well as ALMS, which is the Alberta Lake Keepers Management Society, on the condition of our lakes and of course all the green spaces and wetlands surrounding the watershed. We also had elections to which I was duly re-elected as the chair of the Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance, so I was honored to get that bit of grace. I do have to say, though, probably the highlight around that is a bit of storytelling, and it came from Troy Stewart from Big Stone Cree Nation about Wabasca and the issues that they were facing when they sought out to undertake their source water protection plan. 8 years ago, I was part of the watershed group that talked with some of the elders that were seeing big issues inside the Wabasca River and Lake. And so we suggested, as what we do across the watershed, is to do a source water protection plan. Now, when they undertook that, what Troy told us was initially it was all about pointing fingers outwards. Well, this is oil and gas, this is forestry, this is agriculture, it's not us. And he said, the funny thing about doing a source water protection plan is you actually have to take a good hard look in the mirror and see, is it us? And ask those questions. So, of course, there were industry impacts that were impacting the Wabasca River, but the more they looked into it, they saw things such as a dump that was 300 meters from the Wabasca Lake that didn't have a liner to prevent leaching into the lake. They also saw people pouring stuff down the downspouts directly into the lake, things such as like antifreeze and old tires and stuff like that. And he said once they took a real good hard look at themselves, including other things such as their fish house, they realized we need to start doing this before we make those demands on the other people. So it was really, really great, because right now I feel like Big Stone Cree Nation is really leading the way when it comes to cleaning up our most precious resource out there in their area, which is our water. So big kudos to Troy and the group out in Big Stone Cree Nation for not only being responsible stewards of the land and water, but acting with humility, grace, honesty, and taking action, which is the last step to improving the lot of life that we are handed with sometimes. Besides that, we also had our Grand Spirit Foundation meeting. Nothing really big that came out of that one, but we did have the meeting. We also had our year-end celebration with Youth Council. I was able to take in the Kikinow Elders Lodge out in Victor Lake near Grand Cache, which if anybody's out that way, by all means, take a look at that housing complex. It's a really beautiful place with not a bad view at all anywhere on site, 360 degrees around, and it is truly a testament to what we can do when community builds things with purpose in place for their people. And all I heard was rave reviews, and I'm sure Steve and the team from Grand Spirit are stealing a few ideas in order to bring back home here. I also played the handy role of busboy. It's my favorite role to play during our staff appreciation barbecue and check in on all our staff. Did several classrooms with Discover GP, teaching kids about municipal government and the different levels of government that happen. I did that with Councillors Auger, O'Toole, and O'Connor. And Mayor Clayton, I believe, made one brief thing. Hello to the kids, which they always love. And the last couple things that I did, Lemonade Day. Wow, what a great experience that was, especially for the kids. I was fortunate enough to be a judge and to have a belly full of lemonade by the end of the day. And I got to take in this past weekend's powwow at Evergreen Park for National Indigenous Peoples Day. All in all, it's been a busy week. I haven't even put in half the stuff that I put there, but as you can see, I could probably talk for another hour that nobody wants to hear. So thank you very much for hearing my report, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I, too, attended the Lemonade Day. And as a diabetic, I'm going to have to quit doing that. I was, they seem to get rid of the lemonade, but they put more sugar in every year. It's all good, and I appreciate everything, but it's not necessarily great for my health. But there's some very, very strong entrepreneurs in the future coming up. I attended the proposed Cenotaph location and deciding where that was going to go. I was involved in the MMA weigh-ins on the Friday, and let everybody know, everybody weighed in at their contracted weight, so there was no fines or cancellations. I went to, my granddaughter graduated from Northwest Polytech, and I went to her little party. She got a 4.0 grade, and she got on the, I guess it's with distinction. So she was pretty happy with that. On the Saturday, I attended the combative sports event. It was pretty darn good, lots of fights, and we had one casualty where a guy kicked another guy and broke his leg, but other than that, it was the last fight of the day or evening, so that was good. I attended on the Saturday or Sunday the Kidney Foundation Northern Alberta kidney walk, and it was the highest grossing kidney walk that they have ever done here in Grande Prairie. I walked over to the annual Philippines cultural event, and that was amazing culture that they have there, the dresses, the music, and storytelling. I also attended all of the stakeholder meetings that we had here at City Hall last week, and we also attended, with most of everybody, Aquaterra information and information sharing, and a supper that went along with that. Basically, how Aquaterra is doing and what the proposals are in the future. Staff appreciation, and I think you and I cleaned a lot of tables because that's what my job was. City Council GPPS Commission meeting, and I went to the GP Technical Institute for a walkthrough, and they got the keys to take over Harry Belford School. Went to an air show meeting for this July and August 1st and 2nd. And went to Baton Rouge for their opening VIP event. And oh yes, I attended the Grand Powwow out at Evergreen Park 3 times, sorry. And that was another cultural event that I'm proud that we can say we host in Grande Prairie. And that is my report.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Attended 3 different classes with O'Toole, Auger, Thiessen for grade 6 and grade 2 students. Very well received. The mayor keeps us very, very busy, and I applaud her and her abilities to help us connect with the community. We attended 5 different groups with the community. They've already been mentioned. Attended the Here Comes Summer event, ribbon cutting at Knobloch and Associates, and brought greetings to and represented the city at Northwest Polytech at 3 graduation ceremonies, and it was pretty amazing. And just to see the joy on their faces to graduate. Also brought greetings for the, not that, I was going to say the gymnastics, but it's the aquatics people. Piranhas, thank you very much. And brought greetings there, knocked it out of the park. And the lady that was recording me went, so she had a drop. Anyway, so went to TC Energy, Aquaterra, Staff Appreciation, Invest GP Trades, and brought greetings for the new baggage display for the Indigenous community, and that went over very, very well. And Peace Library System was a meeting on Saturday, and brought greetings to the 7th annual GP powwow, and I knocked that one out of the park too. Yeah. So, and attended this morning the Housing and Homelessness Committee, and that's been a busy, busy week. So thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. As you could tell, that we have had a very, very, very busy couple weeks. I think one day there was 6 back-to-back-to-back events. Baton Rouge is a new grill house and bar in the Holiday Inn, so we attended that, and it's one of the things that I've always wanted in Grande Prairie, more options where you could take your wife for an anniversary supper or dinner, or just nice, classy looking venue, and they've done a beautiful job in there. So that's in the Holiday Inn. Staff barbecue, I got to man the prize table, attended Invest GP Mixer. One of the things, newly-ish appointed to the Airport Commission. So as Councillor O'Connor had mentioned, the new baggage belts have brand new displays. One of the things that I had mentioned in one of the early meetings was that when you go fly into a place like Vancouver or Barcelona in Spain, you immediately know the culture of the region. And it was just a casual comment, but the team down at the airport have taken that and ran with it, worked with the Friendship Center to put out some new displays at the airport. So next time you're there, have a look. Councillor O'Toole and I attended the Grande Prairie Technical Institute, basically unlocking of the doors. That's at the Harry Belfort. And essentially what that is going to be a trades-oriented public school. Lemonade Day. Councillor O'Connor and I teamed up for a couple, and we had our traveling entourage of Katie Swift and Tyler the photographer. So I only got to go to 2 before I had to go to my day job, but they were absolutely adorable. I just had the greatest feeling. These young entrepreneurs, their parents helping, the pride that they had was wonderful. So great job to all of the lemonade makers. One of the boards that I sit on, Grande Prairie Regional Tourism, had one of regular meetings, but there's a number of events coming up this week. And then here comes summer down at Muskogee Park. I know Councillor Auger and O'Connor got there before I did, but there was free swimming down in the park, some hot dogs and chips and pop and a lot of activities. So we are now in summer, and if you look outside, it reflects that. So have a happy summer, and that's just a few of the items for a busy couple weeks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I was like, I guess I can just name off a bunch of the same things. It was a busy couple of weeks. I do want to always thank the staff for setting us up and allowing council to be involved with that barbecue. I always like walking out after there and realizing how many cool different types of trucks and equipment the city owns. As a construction, I find that kind of fascinating. I do appreciate that we do a lot of the Chamber of Commerce Friendship Center and the Downtown Association. I find great value in those stakeholder meetings, so I enjoy those. The Aquaterra shareholder meeting was good again as well. I did attend the TC Energy open house where they were just talking about a project they're hoping to bring next year, which is a 48-inch line and potentially 200 jobs to our community for about a year to 2 year period. So that would be exciting. And I guess my highlight, I'll go back to some of the stuff we do with kids. We do these grade 6 debates. So we had the Equal St. Gerard in here. And when we were picking our mayor, Councillor O'Connor and I there was some kids lined up to be mayor. And the one kid's answer was, I just want to bring all the best fast food restaurants from USA to Grande Prairie to make us all obese here. So I just thought it was hilarious. And I love these kids when they come in with those grade 6 and the questions they ask. It makes you want to go home and meet some of their parents sometimes. That's what I always think. But anyways, that's my report as well.
Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Many of the things have already been mentioned, but I wanted to highlight that I had the opportunity to join my colleagues at the annual Day of Friendship, painting the crosswalk with the Friendship Center. Had a meeting with the Mid-Sized City Mayors Summit Committee, planning the biannual conference that the Mid-Sized City Mayors put on. Attended the flag raising and proclamation for Philippines Independence Day. Then I had an opportunity to do a little bit of fun. I golfed in the Odyssey House Sunrise House fundraiser. It's an annual golf tournament that raises significant dollars for both organizations. As mentioned, attended the Kidney Foundation Walk, and then the 5th annual Philippines Cultural Heritage Day. Through the work that I'm doing with the Mid-Sized City Mayors, had an opportunity to have a meeting with Mayor Acker from Spruce Grove and myself, with MLA Brennan Lunty, who is the whip and also been appointed to support Mid-Sized City Mayors Caucus. Attended the 7th annual powwow, another great event. Every year I go there. It's never the vendors and the atmosphere, but really that event has really grown into something significant. Had a call with the Community Rail Advocacy Alliance on the executive as we ramp up advocacy to head into the summer and the fall. As mentioned, the stakeholder meetings were great meetings with the Chamber, the Friendship Center, DTA, and the Catholic School Board, as well as the Grande Prairie Police Commission. On Sunday, with Councillor Auger, had the privilege to read the proclamation for the National Indigenous Peoples Day, and attended a pike ceremony for that. And the day started out a little chilly, but in true Grande Prairie fashion, the sun came out to shine on that the day of solstice, and so it was a beautiful day and a great ceremony. Attended the staff barbecue and want to thank all of the members of our staff that continue to put on such an incredible gathering of people, the people that get in and out over the lunch break, and it's really efficient and really brings some people together, and it's an opportunity to see people from departments that you may have not seen in a while. Also brought greetings on behalf of council at the Invest Grande Prairie Mixer. If you recall, we host these mixers on sort of trade industries and sectors that we want to strengthen our relationships with. This one was a trades mixer. So it was anybody in a trade. It was companies and organizations that are training trades, hiring trades, expanding trades. And so it was a good cross mix. And our premier partner in that was Northwestern Polytech. So great event. Also attended with the city manager a meeting with UDI and Build to talk about some of the requests that they have coming from their membership. Then last week attended the One Last Play at École St. Gerard, which was a celebration put on by that parent group, as it was the last time to play on that playground as they're replacing that playground, putting in a new one. They've been fundraising for quite a while, and they are ready to replace that playground at École Saint Gerard. So they had a celebration and a one sort of last hurrah on that playground. With that, I see Councillor Roger, you're in the queue. Did you have something else? Okay, well, thank you for keeping me on my toes. Anyways, enjoy your break. We will be back at 6 o'clock. Thanks for being here. I'll see you then. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of June 22nd, 2026. We have two public hearings tonight, the first one being under item number 16 on the agenda, 16.1 being the first one, Stone Ridge Outline Plan Amendment, C-1383C, and Land Use Bylaw Amendment, C-1260-211. I'd like to call this public hearing to order and look for an introduction from administration. Ms. Patel.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to rezone a portion of land from general residential to medium density residential district. The application also proposes an amendment to the Stone Ridge Outline Plan to revise layout and amend zoning to accommodate the proposed multifamily residential development. The subject property is an undeveloped land located within Stone Ridge neighborhood. The lands are primarily surrounded by undeveloped areas with some low-density residential development located to the northeast along Grand Banks Drive. The Bear Creek Valley forms the southern and eastern boundaries of the subject property. An existing area within Stone Ridge neighborhood is currently designated and zoned medium-density residential, surrounded by vacant lands zoned general residential, located adjacent to the Bear Creek Valley. The area that is currently zoned RM is located farther from the existing neighborhood development and municipal infrastructure. The applicant is proposing to rezone a small portion of adjacent land currently zoned general residential to medium density residential, thereby expanding the proposed RM area. The subject lands are part of Stone Ridge Outline Plan. The Stone Ridge Outline Plan provides more detailed direction for neighborhood development and land use patterns. There is a multi-family residential area currently designated within the approved outline plan. The applicant is proposing to amend the outline plan to expand this multi-family area by redesignating adjacent land currently identified for single-family residential development. The proposed amendment represents a minor adjustment to the outline plan land use framework and does not introduce a new multi-family site. Rather, it expands an existing RM area and relocates a portion of the approved medium-density residential development closer to the existing neighborhood. The proposed site forms part of the Southeast Area Structure Plan. ASP is a long-range plan that provides a generalized framework of the land use concept. The proposed amendments are consistent with the Southwest Area Structure Plan, as the subject lands are identified for future multifamily residential development. As the proposal aligns with the intent and land use framework of the ASP, no amendments to the ASP are required. The proposed amendment was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, notice of rezoning sign was placed on the subject property, and letters were mailed to the adjacent neighbors. Applicant also conducted their own public engagement. Administration received letters from adjacent neighbors in response to this notification. Based on this background and analysis, it is recommended that Council give 3 readings to these bylaws. Thank you.
Thanks for your introduction. Appreciate that. Opportunity for questions from Council for administration. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious, when I look through the package, I'm just looking at the RM medium density, and I see the proposed. Is there somewhere, maybe I'm missing it, what was proposed before? What was originally planned in there? Just trying to get a difference of what the scope is on the. I guess my question is, was there always an RM site designated in this space, and how much bigger is it now than what it was proposed?
Ms. Patel?
I have it on my slides. So there is an existing current approved outline plan, which is RM, which was approximately 1.4 hectares, and the proposed RM would be 2.4 hectares.
Okay, and so can you just, thank you for that. I'm just also curious, how many lots were there before on buffer, I guess, on each side of the road, and how many lots are being forecasted now on each side of that road?
Ms. Patel?
Thank you, through the mayor. So in the current, so I don't have the tentative lotting up here, but the current outline plan had around 8 to 9 single-family lots, which are being proposed to rezone to RM.
So there would be no single-family lots now at all in the new development?
Ms. Patel.
Thank you through the mayor. So the 8 to 9 RG lots are being proposed to RM. The remainder of the RG that was planned remains as is. So there are portions within the outline plan which are zone RG, and those remain unchanged. Only the portion which is north of the previous multifamily site is being rezoned.
So 8 or 9 lots have been, okay, thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Have we done any analysis of how many additional units this would potentially allow?
Ms. Patel.
Thank you through the mayor. So the RM district allows from a minimum of 34 units per hectare to a maximum of 94 units per hectare. So it could be anywhere between that range.
Okay, so how many hectares is this then?
So thank you through the mayor. So for a 2.4 hectare parcel, it could range from 81 to 200 units.
And is that 81 to 200 units on the total new parcel, or is that on the new redesignated part of the parcel? Like, I'm trying to figure out how many additional units then were already approved here.
Ms. Patel.
Thank you through the mayor. So it's on the entire new parcel, not just the 8 or 9 single family lots.
And then that's the theoretical density we allow. Have we done any analysis whatsoever in terms of, you've also got setbacks, et cetera. So quite often you don't actually achieve that theoretical density. Have we done any analysis on how many units we actually could potentially expect in this rezoning?
Ms. Patel.
Thank you through the mayor. The exact number of counts, the applicant would be best able to answer that. Okay. But yes, the land use bylaw does have provisions for landscaping requirements, parking requirements, and setback requirements that the applicant would need to meet.
Great, thank you. And I got a completely different topic. Do you want me to get back in, or?
Yeah, if you could get back in the queue, thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Patel. I was checking over the environmental impact of this, and it states that they will be required to do a geotechnical assessments at the subdivision stage of this development. It got me thinking to a couple questions. My first one is, how far away from the top of bank is this proposed development?
Ms. Patel.
Thank you through the mayor. So the exact setback and the buffer would be identified when all the detailed environmental reports and geotech analysis in confirmation to the Bear Creek corridor study will happen at the subdivision stage.
Okay. And just a quick follow-up. In regards to that environmental assessment at the subdivision stage, what would happen if the geotechnical requirements weren't met? Would we have to go back to single density or back to the drawing board for multifamily?
Ms. Patel.
Thank you through the mayor. The applicant would have to design their site to accommodate the geotech analysis that would happen at the subdivision stage. So they would have to design their site plan as per the recommendations of the environmental studies.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Councillor Bressie tweaked my thought on something here. So I'm just curious on when you had mentioned the up to 94 units per hectare. So if I'm doing my math right, without changes, 131 unit building could have went on the existing site, and now they could go up to 225 units, I think I'm understanding that. That's probably a lot of the concern. That's another additional potentially 90 units in the area. Just want to confirm that that's...
Ms. Patel?
Yes, that is correct.
And then, sorry, I know I asked earlier about the lots, and the reason I was asking is when I look at the map that's on page 146 of our package anyways, it looks like there's no lots on the west side of the street anymore, and I'm assuming there would have been lots there before. And now on the east side of the street, backing onto the MR space, it looks like maybe 2 or 3 lots. Is that... So I'm still trying to figure out where that original RM line was.
Sorry, Councillor Plott, can you tell me which attachment?
I'm looking at our council package, I guess. I'm just...
The staff report? There's 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at our actual council agenda package. Sorry, not... yeah, it's just, sorry, it's got a blue highlight of an RM zone, and it's kind of that's a new space. I'm just wondering if you can do an overlay of... I know it's an extra hectare, but I'm just still trying to get my head around it's all just heading north, that extra hectare of land?
Ms. Patel?
This is, which image is it?
Sorry, that's what I'm... Oh, it's in the public. Sorry, my bad for not clarifying that. And was there always, while Levin's looking at, was there always going to be a secondary road coming out of this? Was that always in the outline plan as well? That there would have been an access out to, was that Knowledge Way, or I'm not sure there.
Sorry, just to be clear, Councillor Plot, I think you're looking at page 6 of 7 from the staff report. Is that?
Sorry, I'll look on the other ones.
Just if you could.
I guess in essence, I'm just, my biggest question is, so is the original RM was all to the south end of their outline plan? What they're asking for is all to move it north, closer to the houses. That's the extra hectare?
Ms. Patel.
I'll handle this one. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So there is a site, if you're looking at that same map that you were looking at, Councillor Plot, there's a parcel where the RM lettering is in black. That's the existing site that's shown in the outline plan. The area that's outlined in blue is how they're proposing to expand expand that multifamily site. So the area that's outlined in blue on the map that you're looking at is currently designated for low density residential houses, so similar to what's existing on Grand Banks. Yep. And they're reducing the amount of single family lots and they're proposing to expand that multifamily site.
Okay, no, perfect. It is all to the north. And can I just have a follow up on Mayor Clayton, or is there more?
Go for it.
Where was the original road queued in as it comes south into that area? Was there always a road that would come out, I guess, on the south end of Grand Banks that would hook back up to that? I'm just wondering where that road alignment. So the road alignment would have went all the way down to the bottom of that blue line on my report before, or I'm just trying to get where that.
Yeah. So Ms. Patel, do you have a map that shows from the original plan the transportation? Please, if you could show that slide.
So in this map, if you can see, there's a road coming from north that is called Stone Ridge Way. This is the current land use designation, the current approved outline plan, which comes down to the multifamily site, which is highlighted in red. And there's this Grand Banks Drive, which is intersecting to the Stone Ridge Way. So this is the current road network. And then this is the proposed, where it's just the intersection is shifting up north a bit.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Clayton. That's all.
Sorry, can you show the previous one again, the original? Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to jump in the queue before Councillor Bressie to clarify on the 8 or 9 single-family lots that were lost. If you can go back to that last original plan map, they're a combination of roads in that north of the existing road and on the west of the existing road. It's a combination, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bressie.
Something I'm curious about is I noticed the one theme that was in every single letter we received was traffic generation. And I don't know if this would be a good solution or a terrible solution to it, but I'm curious if it's a possible solution. Grand Banks Drive, which is that road to the far east, is there any possibility, if it was seen as desirable, to dead end Grand Banks Drive where it essentially ends now, so that the access to those homes, those blocks, just stays the way it is now, and you don't have to have worry about a whole bunch of extra traffic going up and down there? Would that be like I said, I don't know if it's a good solution or not, but is it a possible solution?
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, through the mayor. I guess we would have to do a review of what's possible from a servicing perspective. As administration, we're responding to an application. They proposed a development concept, and we feel, based on our positive recommendation, that it is a reasonable development concept. Options such as that could be discussed with the applicant, but we wouldn't be able to provide an on-the-spot evaluation at this point. It is worth noting that the main road heading straight north of this RM site will be constructed in order to provide access to this site. So if the adoption was, or if the amendment was approved as proposed, theoretically someone could leave the multifamily site and drive through Grand Banks, but it's anticipated that most traffic would just simply go straight north of the site to the main road.
Great, thank you. And you anticipated my next question, which I appreciate. It's that road, Stonebridge Way, that would get developed before anything was allowed to build there. Okay, thank you.
Just looking at something. Councillor Bressy, you're good. Anyone else with further questions? Councillor O'Connor.
So I don't see a layout in what's on the screen now of what the traffic pattern. It shows before it used to come an almost dead end at the RM area, and now it kind of swings more to the west. So what is the layout of the traffic, and where does it go in relationship to that curved road that goes to the left where it says RG on the map? I guess it's a different map there. So
the proposed one is on the screen right now. If approved, that's what the road would look like. And then if you can switch back to the other one. Does that help, Councillor O'Connor?
Yeah, it just seems like, so where would the traffic come out of this plan where it shows the outline plan? Where does it go to? It shows a half cul-de-sac, and it goes straight west. And then the next drawing shows that it bypasses all that and goes straight out to, and I don't see the name of the street coming across. That's coming north-south.
Mr. Johnson, can you clarify? The one is Stone Ridge Way, and then I don't know what the one that, Grand Banks Drive is the other one.
Yeah. So Grand Banks Drive, I assume would that
be modified, and Stone Ridge Way would stay as is.
So what is the possibility of the traffic going through Grand Banks Drive? That's what I'm trying to.
Well, I'll give Mr. Johnson a chance to answer this. I would think he'd be speculating in regards to traffic movements, but feel free.
Yes, through the mayor. So as I commented on Councillor Bressy's question, as proposed, theoretically, it would be possible that someone could exit the site and take the long way out of the neighborhood via Grand Banks Drive. Typically, traffic patterns follow the path of least resistance. In this case, the major collector is Stone Ridge Way. It would be heading straight north, and it connects to 68th Avenue. So that's where the majority of the traffic would likely use to access and egress the site. However, as proposed, it is possible that they could take the long way around and go through Grand Banks Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just kind of trying to get Councillor O'Connor. So would and maybe it's just because this is the zoning and maybe it's more specific to the site when we get into site planning, but where would the site have access onto the roads? Would they turn onto Grand Banks Drive, or would they turn directly onto Stone Ridge Way? I think that's probably a lot of the concern is if I turn
off the actual lot.
If I turn out of the site onto Stone Ridge Way, I'm probably staying on Stone Ridge Way. If I turn out of the site onto Grand Banks, then I have an opportunity to turn left or right. So I'm just kind of curious if we know or if that's more
Mr. Johnson, do you know that information?
Thank you, through the mayor. At this point, it would be speculative, but given the number of units that could theoretically be on the site, they would likely require 2 accesses, and it would make sense that there'd be one on the west boundary and potentially one on the north, or 2 on the west boundary. But at this point, we do not have a site plan.
Okay.
So it would be speculation.
And if I can just ask, I guess we'll probably hear that in a bit, but is it speculative on how many units? Like if they stayed with 130 units on that, they need 1 access, but if they went up to the full build out of 225 units, they'd need the second access? Or where's the cutoff of where we'd need a second access?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, the access, or the requirement for a second access comes at 100 units.
Okay,
So
that's
it already has, at 130, it would already have 2 accesses.
Through the mayor, if they built out at the densities that they're allowed, then yes.
So, just a question on echoing Councillor Platt's comments. At what stage, if council wanted to have an influence on where the access was onto the light, would it into the site rather? Would it be at the subdivision stage, or could council indicate preference if they wanted to? I know you don't want us to do that, but when could we? I'm not asking you
Through
for
the mayor, if this is adopted, theoretically, unless directed otherwise, to potentially bring it to committee for decision,
right.
All of the rest of the authority falls within administration, and we wouldn't anticipate returning to council.
Okay, so if you heard council's concerns with where the access shouldn't be in council's opinion, would you go ahead and put them there anyways?
Through the mayor, or to answer your question, it's a challenging commitment to say that all the accesses would be off the west boundary of the site, because we don't know the geometry of the site plan, and so on. So it would be quite challenging to assure council that that would be the case.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move through the queue. Councillor Platt, if you have more, if you want to jump back in. Thanks. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I might be a little early in this question, but for 220 plus suites, what is the parking situation on something like that?
Ms. Patel?
Through the mayor. So in the city's land use bylaw, the parking requirements depend on the number of bedrooms in an apartment building. So based on the mix of bedrooms that the applicant is proposing, it could range from 1 to 2 bedrooms per dwelling unit, and they would have to additionally provide 0.15 stalls for visitor parking per dwelling unit as well. So it could, depending on number of units and the mix of bedrooms, it could range from 1 to 2 stalls per dwelling unit.
Okay, I just got one follow-up.
Go ahead, Councillor O'Toole.
At this stage, do we have any understanding if it would be indoor parking or outdoor parking?
Ms. Patel?
Thank you, through the mayor. So all of this parking has to be on-site, but whether it is indoor or outdoor, that would depend on the applicant's proposal.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'm very concerned that we would allow this density to have access to Grand Banks Drive. And for a lot of reasons, I think as council, I think the exit should be to the west if we're going to allow this development. And I think it's important to recognize how important it is that the amount of traffic should be directed to the west, and then that goes out and escapes to, I think it's unreasonable to put an exit to the north on the Grand Banks Drive. And that's just my opinion, but I think we should be able to determine where we want the exits to be. So, thank you.
Thanks for your comments. I just had a question on the, Mr. Johnson, on the applicant-led engagement attachment. On the photo, the aerial photo of the site. Am I to assume there's one single-family dwelling lot still there at the top of the proposed RM?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm assuming you're talking about the gap between the existing house and the light blue shaded parcel.
Yep.
I don't have the tentative lotting for this, but I believe there will be an additional 2 lots in between the existing house and the
Ms.
proposed
Patel, to confirm there's
RM
still
site.
2 single-family lots there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Just going back to the need for double exits, am I correct in assuming that the reason you need 2 exits is for fire trucks and something of that size?
Yes, that is correct.
So is there an option potentially to make 1 exit where you've got a gate that fire's got access to, but day-to-day traffic wouldn't go through? Does that meet intents of double exits, or is that something we need to do analysis on?
Ms. Patel?
And I'm okay saying we need to wait on
Mr.
analysis.
Johnson?
We need to.
Yes, that would be a difficult question to answer and assure council right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions from administration? You will have a chance for other questions when we get to second reading. Seeing none, I'm going to move to the presentation and submission portion of this public hearing, and I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of the Stone Ridge Outland Plan Amendment C-1383C and Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-211. Welcome, gentlemen. When you get a moment, your mics are on, and if you can just make sure they're pulled close to you. They're not attached to the table, but once you're situated, if you could introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Rossler with Helix Engineering. With me today is Scott Pravitz with Prudential Lands, so on behalf of the developer. So I guess the biggest thing for us is maybe to everyone to understand the reason we're here. Obviously, we do have a project that we've had a developer come to us and ask to develop a chunk of land. They need a little bit more space than what we have with the RM site that's there today. So therefore, we had to look at the alternatives and how we could potentially make that work for them. It's the same developer that's doing the Three Robins site to the north. So the neighborhood, I think, was at a lot of the open houses and spoke positively of that. I wasn't there, so I'm just going to take the developer's word on that. But and if they are here, they can comment on that as well. But it is a 55 plus project. No, none of this guarantees that this is what happens, but the reason we're here is because of this project. So zoning to RM doesn't guarantee that this is what's going to happen, obviously, but hence the request. So it being a 55 plus neighborhood, I did talk to the site developer prior to the meeting. They want to do a higher end 55 neighborhood or building, so with more amenities, things like that. So given the proximity of this site to the creek and whatnot, they felt that was an appropriate use for that. So currently his plan is to do 100 to 120 unit building, so significantly less than what's allowable on the site. But there's also a portion of the site that's on another owner's property, so it actually isn't even a full site the way it sits. And in combination with that, we likely have some slope setbacks that we'd have to deal with as well. He talked about jobs that come to the community. I think there's about 12 people that would be employed by the new building because would be like assisted type thing. And then there was a question around parking. So, and again, specific to the proposal that's in front of us today, he was going to put in one level of underground parking and the rest would be surface. But I'll get into parking here in a minute as well. Can I get the camera on for that? Yeah, throw that up there. So just to give everyone a rough idea, and this is obviously not a final site plan, but it does give you an idea of what we could do on the site. So this is essentially the Three Robins building that's to the north. So similar, it's actually a little bit smaller site. A few more restrictions on what we can do there as far as setbacks from the creek and things like that. But his intention was to build a linear building with parking kind of west and he calls it an amenity space on the east, like towards the creek. So that's the green space that's on there. I think one of the things that maybe got, I don't know if it got overlooked, but I don't think it was intentional, but definitely through the circulations, some of the things that went out to the residents definitely didn't have the full road network shown. So with this, now we've got alignment of roads east and west, which is a much safer traffic situation than having two offset intersections, 60 to 80 meters apart. So by moving this intersection north, we've definitely made the traffic conflicts lower, which obviously helps with safety. Going through a bunch of the letters just to read and make sure that we had caught everything, we did look to address as many of the concerns as we could. I'll kind of doing what I kind of feel is an order that makes sense. So the fact that it's vacant land and there hasn't been an attempt to develop, there was a lot of reference to that in the letters. There are still unsold lots in Grand Banks. So developers typically don't develop new phases. It's quite expensive until they've run out of property to sell. So obviously when someone comes forward with new development, that's when we would start. So not necessarily about profitability or costs or anything like that. This is about the fact that there's actually a demand for multifamily right now, and there's an existing multifamily site in the outline plan. So that is the reason for that. There was some concerns around property values and change in nature of the area. Obviously we can't comment specifically to that because the market will decide what properties are worth, but being that there was an existing multifamily site connected to this, approved in the Stone Ridge Outline Plan, we didn't anticipate that would be the case. But there's a couple comments around garbage and snow removal. So I'll kind of tie this in a little bit to one of the comments earlier about potentially dead-ending the neighborhood. That's not a great situation for most of the city services. It also doesn't meet Aquaterra or Grande Prairie standards or guidelines around cul-de-sacs and dead-end roads. So if we dead-end a road, we got to dead-end water lines, we got to dead-end roads, emergency vehicles become a problem. So typically, like the neighborhood, the way that it exists today, doesn't meet, like we always do that with phased developments because we end up with dead-end roads, but given the situation coming forward, we probably wouldn't want to do that permanently. So reason for that is just in addition to emergency accesses and things like that for emergency vehicles, it's also difficult to clear snow on a dead-end road. Garbage trucks can't turn around properly, things like that. So we deal with that. There was a few comments around traffic safety. So again, this kind of ties into the same thing. Being able to access the site from two different directions with emergency vehicles is obviously better than a single. The concerns around pedestrians and things like that, there was some of that. Grand Banks Drive is a local road, so it is constructed to a local standard, and until so it's designed to handle, I think the number is 3,000 vehicles a day. Once we get beyond that, at that point it would be upgraded to a collector. But obviously, in this situation, it wouldn't be the case. It's a single road that will never reach those volumes. But because of that, it is narrow. It's got sidewalks on one side, and wouldn't have an impact on the proposal that we've got in front of us. Now to deal with, I'll do parking first. So there's concerns around parking and pressure of parking. Some of the questions that went to administration, everything was answered appropriately. So your land use bylaw deals with parking requirements very stringently. It's a different number of parking stalls for single family, multifamily, but everything has to be contained on your site. So any requirements, no different than the apartment building that's being constructed to the north, all parking needs to be contained on the site. So smaller site means smaller building footprint in comparison to the parking. So that's all taken care of through administration and permitting. So as far as concerns, and I would encourage you to ask, my opinion is we get, as consultants and as developers, we get a lot more complaints and questions around parking in single family than we do in multifamily. And I really believe that's the reason. Your administration may be able to answer what comes in for complaints around multi-sites and versus single family. But typically we're hearing more around single family parking concerns than we do around multifamily. Just for that reason, like a parking lot provides more availability, or it seems like it does typically, than single family houses. the traffic volumes. So there was a lot of questions around the volume of traffic that's going to be in there, number of people, number of units. So we did a quick breakdown of that to try and determine what is out there and what will be coming. So there's a note at the beginning that's of 0.6 hectares on the report that's what we're adding to the site. So I'm going to focus on that rather than focusing on the whole site, because the traffic coming out of the existing RM site as the outline plan exists today was going to be there regardless. So I'm just going to focus on the amount that we're adding to it. So that 0.6 hectares equates to, we'll use 1 hectare because I think that got thrown around earlier. So that equates to 118 people, but we're also removing some single family. So we have to take that off as well. So what ends up happening is we end up with an additional 35 roughly units in here. But units kind of don't really matter in the traffic world. It's based on the number of trips that are generated from the type of use that's there. So what we're going to see through the development of this site is an extra 42 trips per hour. That's the total number of trips that would be coming out of the extra site that exists. So we're also taking over 9 trips that would have been there for single family, and half of those are entering and half of them are exiting. So what it works out to at the end of the day is about 1 extra vehicle every 4 minutes. That's the traffic impact. Looking at the site and how it's laid out, I do several traffic reports a year, transportation studies, and looking at this site, we would never allocate any traffic driving through Grand Banks Drive. Those would be sightseers that are looking to drive slowly and go through a neighborhood. Even on the north, like even a driveway exiting north out of the site and onto Grand Banks Drive, that traffic is always going to go left. I think it would be very rare for somebody to drive through a neighborhood, through tight curves and small roads and stop signs, rather than joining up to the collector that's 50 meters away. Not saying it won't happen; it'll absolutely happen, but that is the intention there. So, just on some additional comments, I guess that maybe got brought up, understanding that the roads will be connected, that does bring in a lot of benefit. I mean, aligning up those intersections is a better situation, much safer for pedestrians and traffic. It's also allows better connectivity for emergency vehicles, better connectivity for maintenance vehicles. We do expect that there will be some setbacks from the bank. We haven't gotten into that detail yet. If this goes through, that's what we would definitely look at that. We typically hear questions around multi-sites and access locations and whatnot. I think I'm with your planners. It's very difficult for us to say exactly where accesses are going to be, but we do our best to try and ensure that they work for the site and work for the traffic around the site. In this particular situation, the existing neighbors that are directly adjacent to the change, we feel we've improved their situation. So the two at the end of the road, which would be the most impacted, one of them has the same situation that they did before, a neighbor directly beside them, but now they've got a storm pond across the road. The one on the northwest side of the road used to have a neighbor beside them. Now they've got a storm pond beside them. So overall, we actually feel like we've improved the site for a pretty minimal impact on traffic and pedestrian connectivity. But if there's any questions or anything that I didn't explain clearly, we'd be happy to answer. I don't know, maybe if Scott has anything he wants to add, that's fine. But
no, I guess what Scott was saying there at the end, couldn't we get that camera?
Yep.
This area right here is where he's proposing that storm pond, the idea is that we'd swing it around because right now it's constructed all the way down to here. So we would propose that it kind of looks like that. So all this area would be MR in here, be nothing in there except for storm pond and park area. And again, we had a proponent. They're developing the site just to the north. From what they're telling us is that they're about 60% committed already, and about another 40 or 50 in a waiting list. And so that's why he's pushing us for another site. So it's seniors. We felt it kind of fit into the neighborhood, and has been, I think, received pretty well so far, the one that they're building now. And that's why we're here today.
I think
I have quite a few people that have questions for you.
Okay, like all this, we've tried to listen to council as much as we can too. I mean, we've done a lot of amendments and rezonings in this area, and we've heard a couple of times previously that rezoning to commercial is not necessarily desirable to council, just with the amenities that cities constructed on that end of town. So this is potentially an opportunity to get some of that back, but yeah, anyway, happy to answer questions if you have them.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I guess you don't specifically have a site plan for the plan itself yet. There's no proponent plan on site yet. I'm just curious on that drawing then, if the proponent wanted to have an access that was farther south down the road, would you just have to keep building the road out to that access? Like, I'm not sure if that makes sense, but the road would have to be built out to wherever the access would come on to, is it Stone Ridge Way? That would be. And I guess on that, and you don't know yet, but I guess for me, I don't know how council makes these decisions on that, but I mean, that changes my thoughts if I knew that was the main entrance to the facility, which I would assume it would be, because it seems like the path of least resistance to turn out and just go. But I guess I'll ask administration if that's something we're allowed to layer in, but at this point, no site plan, so I guess you can't speak to that. My other one is, did you guys do any shading on this? Like if the proposed building went up in that location, would it have any shading impacts? Would anybody lose their sunlight? Is anybody not suddenly going to have to see the sun again because we put a building up?
So just on the accesses, you're correct. We wouldn't likely be able to. We don't have a site plan yet. So this is a concept. Could be potentially that way, but we don't know for sure. So yes, if you wanted one on the south side, we would be extending that road solely for that purpose. So as far as shading, no, we didn't do anything. The maximum building height would be 4 stories. So
yeah, that's okay.
It'd be hard to say for sure, but the most impacted would be the 2 new lots that don't have residents in them yet. But my gut is that there's not a lot of shading impact, but we could do that if we needed to.
Thank you.
Does this site plan make sense to everybody? Like you can see the building down the middle and the parking around, and then there's the idea of like a green garden area to the east. Just want to make sure everybody makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So a couple things. RM already exists. Again, we see it to the east of the 3 Robins. And then there is the section there. So everyone that bought knows that is going to be medium density. Did you guys explore expanding to the south as opposed to the north, where you're moving this development further away from these homes rather than closer to the homes? Was that option explored?
No, not really. I mean, the biggest reason is that this developer doesn't own any property south. So but additional reason is the layout actually worked better with lining up roads and whatnot. So expanding to the south potentially would work. It would require cooperation of another developer. In this case, that just wasn't on the table. So, trying to, but could it be done? Yes. Would it be done if this doesn't go through? No, probably not.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes. Can you please clarify to me, and it's pretty small, can you put that layout out again? So show me what what the building location is? I'm assuming it's the long oblong block to the west of the green area.
Yep. Could you zoom in, please?
It's pretty big.
Well, I mean, if they could zoom in, it would help. Oh, where's that one?
And this is just a concept, like, just to give you an idea of what a building could potentially look like on there.
Okay. So I'm just, what I'm trying to look at is on the left.
Building right here.
Sorry, stay on that picture.
Lost it. There you go.
So on the left of the green, is that the building there where the pen is going up and down?
Yes.
Okay. So why cannot you have an exit farther to the south and to the north, or to the top end, instead of going up into Grand Banks Drive? I'm just saying, I know it's only a concept,
yep,
but I'm just curious.
No, you could put accesses wherever you want. The road to the south isn't necessary for construction. So the middle of Stone Ridge Way is the end of their property, so it would just extend into someone else's land. Would be the
okay.
So we'd have to figure out a way to work with that landowner, and they'd have to allow us to do that.
Yeah, but if you went out towards the bottom, let's say you come up, can you put your pen there, Scott? And put your pen, move it down. So what about somewhere there? So at least then people can, vehicles can drive in and out at that point. But I'm not sure what your concept is. And
you could, like I said, there's nothing stopping that from occurring. From a transportation perspective, we generally try to keep them off of curves if we can help it. It's a bunch of infrastructure that at current time might not be necessary with road construction and sewers and whatnot.
So you would then have to build that road, and that would increase your costs.
It would definitely increase the cost. We haven't run any cost analysis on this yet, so I don't know if it impacts the project or not. But yes, it would increase costs.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question in regards to the proposed section of land would give you 130 units. Now with the expansion, approximately 200 units. Remind me what the proponent's first project, how many units it is?
I think he's 105.
105. So 200 would be nice, obviously, for efficiencies. I get all that. But is there a reason the proponent wouldn't go ahead with just the 130?
His current proposal that he told us an hour ago was between 100 and 120.
So I thought we heard from administration that the existing lot could hold 130.
Yep, that's correct. The very rarely do we get to the maximum density on an RM site, and especially on big RM sites. Like on smaller ones we do, because they tend to go taller and with underground parking and things. But and again, I mean the site will allow for 200. There's a maximum and a minimum, obviously. Minimum typically doesn't make sense financially to construct, and the maximum is usually hard to get to.
Okay. I have no one else in the queue, so thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I'll ask a second time. If there's anyone here to speak in support of this land outline plan amendment and land use amendment, please come forward. And I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in support of Stone Ridge Outline Plan Amendment C-1383C and Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-211. Seeing none, I'll now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this Land Use Bylaw Amendment and Outline Plan Amendment. If so, please come forward. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak. Come on forward, sir, and once you get situated, please introduce yourself for those who might be watching from home. And that microphone's not attached, so please pull it closer to you.
Closer?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council administration. My name is Greg, and I recently invested and live on Grand Banks Drive, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the proposed amendment. As we've heard here tonight, there's multiple speculations and possible ideas, maybe this, maybe that. I as a resident and homeowner, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence in what actually is being proposed and what will eventually be the build. This application represents a significant shift from what the residents were told this neighborhood was or would become. And when I purchased my home in October of 25, I relied on city planning documents showing the area was going to be low density. And we've heard here tonight, 9 to 10 units, or 8 to 10 at the end of my street, I guess I'll call it. And for those of us that have a home purchase represents the largest investment, and like myself and my neighbors, we've made long-term financial decisions based on what those expectations are and what the zoning requirements were at that time and laid out in front of us. Rewriting zoning now undermines and those expectations and introduces uncertainty to the long-term value and stability of our homes in the area, and it definitely undermines buyer confidence and also reduces the appeal of our neighborhood for what we have there today. So Grand Banks Drive is a quiet, stable, family-oriented neighborhood. Increasing density by 130 units from 10 would fundamentally change the complete character of the area. Clearly, the street network was never designed to handle that level of traffic, although we hear that most of the traffic is going to go a different route that ultimately we all know won't be the case. Traffic will go where traffic goes, and not where we're going to talk about it tonight in a speculative manner, I don't believe. Adding several hundred, and I'm curious as how we come up to the conclusion that there's going to be multiply an extra vehicle per 4 minutes drive up and down our street, when I see right now there's in excess of that just by the neighborhood that's there. So that's an interesting number, I guess, to me. So Grand Banks, we've heard this, is a single sidewalk street built for a low traffic neighborhood. And it's narrow way. Parking currently on both sides of the street is limited to and limits pedestrian space and safety. More vehicles means more conflict points between cars, pedestrians, and parked vehicles. Visibility for our children, who are frequently outdoors and playing on our streets, becomes increasing risk of serious incidents for those individuals. Winter snow conditions, we just went through a major winter, and maybe that isn't normal in Grande Prairie, but I seen the streets narrow tremendously during that period. So ultimately, additional traffic means more congestion, tighter situations, and probably mishaps. I was not aware that the idea was that it was going to be a three birds facility. As far as I was concerned, it was didn't make sense to me that we were building in a high density building into an area that doesn't have elementary and junior high schools. So that would just increase those number of folks. And driving, of course. And then I guess our concerns, and there's multiple people here sitting behind me that have this similar or maybe the same concerns as I do. They are homeowners in the area. And our concerns aren't theoretical. They're not speculative. They're real. And that what decisions get made here today or in the future definitely impact our neighborhood, its safety, and theoretically the value that we have all invested in. I ask Council to consider the long-term stability, safety, and investment value and character of our neighborhood that we have today, and your decision will shape not only the land use but the lived experience of the families who call that area our homes. Zoning is not just a technical tool, It is a commitment that residents rely on when making long-term decisions, and this rezoning request without clear necessity or public benefit undermines that trust. For those reasons, I respectfully request that the council deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thanks. I know my colleagues and I have a couple questions for you just to clarify some of the information you have. But Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So, Greg, I'm going to semi-put you on the spot here, and if you don't have an answer, that's fine.
It's okay.
But similar to what my question was before, right now the proposal is to rezone going north to accommodate this. What are your thoughts on possibly rezoning to the south to accommodate?
That makes more sense to me. And it also makes more sense to me that what was brought up here, that our street dead ends. And I understand that there's cost involved with all that, but that does take away a safety proponent for us, right? And it protects the neighborhood of what our investments are today, the way I see that. Now, I realize that's an extra cost for infrastructure for the city. I don't see it as a concern for snow removal and stuff, because that's what happens today. The street goes nowhere, it ends in reality, right? So those costs don't change. I don't believe that.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
And if we force the traffic to go to the west, then it leaves our area alone, I guess I'll say.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just need to confirm something, I guess. I'm a little bit confused. When you said you looked at the site plan of this area, it always had a road coming out and it always had a multifamily site. Was always in it. I appreciate they're moving it to the north, but you were aware there was a multifamily site and the road would always be built through?
Well, I'm going to say the way I guess I looked at it, 10 units, end of road kind of a thing. Yes, there was the next zone would be multi residential or multi-unit. In my opinion, I guess, or the way I looked and I assumed that was that would be its own zone compared to the Grand Banks Drive zoning, I guess.
So you thought they might have just closed that section of road off completely?
100%.
Okay, so that's fair, because I was trying to, when I seen all the letters, I was actually a little bit confused. A lot of the folks in here had mentioned, we don't want more multi, but there's always been multi proposed for this area.
Yeah, and I think everybody realizes that, except it was definitely to the south.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Like it's a bigger site, so I appreciate that, but I was concerned when I read a lot of letters that it seemed like it was a surprise to people that it wasn't there. And I guess there's always that part of me that how do you educate home buyers? And it is tough because it's tough when there's open space beside them to know what's coming into it. But that was a little bit of my confusion, is it seemed like a lot of the letters almost were surprised that there was a multifamily site there. So no, thanks for coming in today and clarifying that.
Also, along Councillor Plott's comments, I also, you mentioned the existing multifamily that's being built. It was always planned multi. Actually, the proponent at one point tried to switch it from multi to commercial. We heard from your neighbors that at that time didn't want it to be commercial. They wanted it to be multi. The existing, when you reference the 8 or 9 lots, that's what would be lost if this zone was zoned from RG to RM. But I guess to Councillor Plott's comments, your preference is that those single-family lots stay as is, but no concerns with the multi on the piece that's south, which could have 130 units in it.
Right, but 130 units compared to 200 changes it dramatically what the impact to the community is, right? And really, directly to the west of where the building is being built today is a wide open area. That would make more sense to me. I realize that this person may not own that land, but that would be a more logical place for that kind of unit to go in pairing to what exists or is being built today versus putting it into a residential area.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I also although a change from 130 to 200 seems like a lot, over 4 floors, it's 15 units a floor, 7 units per side. It's actually not as significant, but the total numbers of cars and everything becomes more.
And people.
And people, you bet, for sure. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you for coming here today and getting something off your chest, and maybe we can help you, maybe we can't. I don't know.
Perfect.
Is height a problem? Like, do you want a 6-story building that holds, I don't know. It's all proposal now, as nothing's in spent. But would height be a concern?
I think to what the impact to the area and how it looks today, yes, it would be. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be. I guess I'll put it that way. Okay. Will it be an impact to me? Will my sunshine go away? No. But to the area, I would suspect yes, that would be an impact, especially when it's single-family homes and all of a sudden you build a 6 or 8-story building.
Well, it's a shock to the system, right?
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any other questions other than, I'm done.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks so much for coming in today, Greg. You said something, and I really related earlier about what's being proposed to be built here. When you walked in, you said you didn't know that it was going to be a 3 birds development, seniors living, high-end condos. Actually, those are all the questions that I had in there. Like, are we just talking general, like multifamily residential? Are we talking high-end condos? Like, this area is called Grand Banks, and you want the banks to kind of look grand, especially if we're going to develop housings on there. So, with the developer coming in and stating that this property, even though it's a bigger set of the property that they're looking to zone it, is still only going to house 100 to 120 units, when we could have fit them all at the end of that one little chunk there without rezoning here. And knowing that it's a seniors executive 55 plus community, do you still have the same hesitations sitting in the chair now as you did walking in the door before you knew all that?
Yes, I do, actually. And I don't want to be unfair. I am a senior too, so I'm not going to be unfair to those folks. However, the impact to the area is the impact to the area. It doesn't, what I actually believed or assumed maybe is, and was incorrect on my part, is that it was going to be multifamily. So ultimately schools, kids, and et cetera, right? So ultimately I see right now, there is no school service there. There's no buses. Everybody drives their children. So adding another 100 or 200 units of multifamily would, of course, increase that traffic, no matter how we want to talk about it, right? So now that it's proposed as seniors, maybe that changes the traffic to a certain degree, but it still impacts what I invested in, what my neighbors have invested in as far as the community. So,
no, I understand that completely. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir. No more questions. I'll now ask if there's anyone else here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment and outline plan amendment. Same plan. Once you get situated, please introduce yourself for those who are watching. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I stand before you today as a concerned parent and resident of the Grand Banks neighborhood. My name is Brianne Frankie. Both my husband, Dylan, and I were born and raised in Grande Prairie and are proud to call it home. Tonight we are here to express our strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of the property located at NE 1171 6W6 from residential general to medium density residential. For my family, this proposed rezoning is of great concern for a variety of reasons, such as those included in the dozen-plus letters that our neighborhood sent in. But what I would like to touch on this evening is my concern for not only the safety of my children, but those in my neighborhood. If you can see the young one who decided to come join us tonight, one of the many. Upon searching, or back in 2012, my husband and I decided to build our first home. Upon searching the entire city and the county for lots, we happily decided on Grand Banks subdivision. The neighborhood at the time had not yet been built on, and although the taxes and land costs were significantly higher than the lots we looked at in the county, we justified the trade-off for the vision that Grand Banks and Stone Ridge had to offer within the city. A neighborhood promoted as a prestigious and a magnificent place to live with a focus on residential homes, not giant apartment buildings. A neighborhood small enough that we could easily be able to build community and consequently feel optimistic to raise a family in. Over the 12 years of living in Grand Banks and growing our children, our family by 4 children, we have rarely felt worried or concerned about the safety of our children while playing outside. That is until now. As I've watched the latest 101-unit apartment undergo construction at the entrance to our subdivision, 3 Robins, as we talked about, I was beyond shocked to receive another letter from the city proposing to change the zoning a stone's throw away for yet another medium-density development. First, I think of the traffic congestion and pedestrian safety caused by the proposed increase in density. These higher-than-planned traffic volumes place an extreme increase on not only my children's safety, but on the safety of my neighbors. Over 50% of the homes in Grand Banks are families with young children. Families that moved in or built their homes with the expectation to grow and raise their families in a small, community-minded subdivision. On any given day, you can find dozens of children playing outside in the neighborhood, riding their bikes, going for walks, playing at the playground, or taking a walk around the beautiful pond in Stone Ridge. Many times, friends or family of mine have commented on how quiet and safe our subdivision feels. This proposed zoning change will substantially increase the vehicles entering and exiting our neighborhood, raising legit concerns for the pedestrians, children, and motorists. Just the construction alone on the newest 3 Robins development has brought many extra vehicles passing through at top speeds and using our cul-de-sac as a turnaround point. I've done my part in putting my slow down neon green turtle sign out on the road, but have noticed although some cars move with caution, most traffic from outside our subdivision proceeds with ignorance. A significant increase in residential units would fundamentally increase safety concerns and would lead to a higher risk of accidents. My second safety concern in regards to this proposed zoning change is that when you move from the original plan of 10 single-family residential lots to one of medium density, there's no realistic way to get to know all the new residents in a development accommodating 53 to 148 units. We understand that some will be multifamily as per the original plan, but that is enough already. This zoning change would significantly increase the number of strangers in our subdivision, which is a huge concern for the many families with young children who currently feel a sense of safety while outdoors amongst a neighborhood that we're all familiar with. The time, energy, and stress that this proposed change has put on my family and the residents of Grand Banks through these repeated development challenges have been significant. Myself and our fellow homeowners have continually been advocating to preserve the qualities that attracted us to this neighborhood in the first place. We are tired of fighting for our neighborhood year after year. I believe the residents of Grand Banks have made it clear over the years that we would like our neighborhood to be finished to completion with the original plan for 10 single-family lots. And in regards to my concerns today, we'll continue to fight for the safety of our children, the future holders of Grande Prairie. For these reasons, I respectfully urge Council to deny the proposed application to rezone the property from residential general to medium-density residential, and to preserve the character of our subdivision, which was thoughtfully developed and designed in a way that protects our children and youth. We understand that the city has a process to follow when somebody makes an application for a proposed rezoning, but we hope you consider the wishes of the residents who have chosen to live in this neighborhood. As someone who has resided in Grande Prairie for over 30 years and proudly calls it home, I thank you for your time, consideration, and thoughtful review of this proposal.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for your presentation. I'll open it up to my colleagues for any questions. Well, you got off easy? There's no questions. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Hey, Dylan Frankie, just had a question. I'm interested in how the city council would react. These large apartment buildings, we already have one going up just down the road from us. We haven't even experienced what that will do to the feel of our subdivision. And now we have another one proposed. So it's just like, that's a lot of change right there. I'm curious for how the rules would be. These large apartment buildings get built, say all the units don't sell out, but they're there. What's to stop the owner of the building from opening it up to, general, sort of like the idea is, I guess the proposed idea is it's all for retirement age people, it's explained. What happens if they don't all sell? Can they change that? Who controls that?
So they're currently not for sale. So the reality of we don't have restrictions in regards to Airbnb, if that's what you're asking.
I'm asking
They're trying to.
If they don't all fill up with seniors, what is to stop them from it being general use for whoever wants to move in?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any parameters around the occupants of that building. It's proposed as that, but yeah.
Right. So it's not like that's a rule, though.
It's not a rule. Nope.
So we're just, it should be talked of as like a regular apartment building then.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. All right, I'll ask if there's anyone else here to speak in opposition to the Stone Ridge Outline Plan Amendment C-1383C and the Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-211. Welcome. Once you're situated, please introduce yourself.
I'm John Kroll. I live in Grand Banks. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm going to. Couple things. There were comments made about the neighborhood opposing a commercial development in the past. That was not on the same lot. That was where the Three Robins facility is right now. So they're not even connected because nobody ever applied to build anything on this lot. The question about Three Robins. Yes, they are saying Three Robins, but Scott made it very clear that that's just the proposal. That's not, there's no guarantees. As soon as the zoning change happens, anything can happen. You can put any kind of a multifamily building, on that lot. The proposal that they're talking about is still small enough that it'll still fit on the lot that's currently zoned RM. It would still fit on there. The problem is it's two different landowners. They have not even talked to the other landowner. So, but it still fits in that space. That RM zoning is big enough for the facility that they're talking about. There were questions about six-story buildings. It's not going to be a six-story building. Six-story buildings don't fit onto a RM zoning. That's just, but the reality is there is room for a facility like that in the zoning that already applies. I don't think the neighborhood would object to it because there's no objection if somebody builds a 100-unit building on a lot that's big enough for it and they meet all the bylaws or the restrictions. There's no objection. And there's room for a facility that they're talking about. But there's no guarantees it's going to be a Three Robins site. It's no guarantees it's going to be a 55-plus site. This just opens it up to a bigger multifamily site for up to 225 units. That's the only guarantee. You can't go. You don't have the information that allows you to make a decision saying it's going to be a Three Robins site. You don't have that. At this point, I'm totally opposed to more multifamily. There is a site there that's large enough to accommodate that many units. That's really all I've got to say.
Thank you for being here. I do have a question for you.
Sure.
Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And I realize I may be setting this up for a biased answer. But John, you're a realtor with a lot of experience in the real estate market. The concerns in the letters are that it would damage the value of homes. Care to comment on that?
I believe it would. It's the desirability that it would change. Would it? I have no idea how much it would affect it. I believe it would. It is, if you look at the numbers, when you look at the number of houses that have sold there in the last year, I think there's 6 in that subdivision have sold in the last year. There are 2 houses in there that were in the over $850,000. there were only 3 in the total city that were sold over $850,000 last year, like in the last 365 days. Other than if you go back and look at, there were a few that were sold a little higher, but those were acreages within the city. So for single family homes on a standard residential lot, 2/3, 66% of the ones sold in the last city were in that neighborhood. There are several people here. Gary was one of them that just said he bought last fall. He probably would not have bought. Maybe it would still sell at the same price, but it would take longer. I don't know. I can't speculate on that.
Okay. Thanks, John. I appreciate it.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in, John. I'm just curious, and again, I don't know where it can go with whether we have this rope or not, but if it could fit up to 120 units site on the current site, and there was a condition that it couldn't be over a certain, like 120, 140 units, would that change your perspective? Like knowing that basically all we've done is in essence let a site be bigger and have more green space and parking than a super condensed. Would that change your thoughts on it? Because I am worried. I don't think the proponent is going to get 200 units on it. I can understand the concern of the 200. And I guess show my hand a little bit. If there was already 120 could fit, and we could condition that to fit on a bigger lot, does that change your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure if I totally understand what you're saying.
Well, currently, if somebody come in, if I'm understanding, and built and could somehow plan 120 units on the current RM, they could. They could fit up to 131 units, was what I heard from administration.
That's correct.
If in essence, if somehow council had the ability to say, we're okay with a site plan with the condition of it being up to so many lots, if in essence we're allowing a lot to be bigger, but not allowing more lots on it, does that change your perspective on it?
I don't think you can do that today. I honestly don't think you can do that today, saying that you're only going to allow that. You don't even know who they're telling us 3 Robins is the one talking about, but there's no guarantees. 3 Robins could pull out really fast.
And I'm hypothetically just saying, I'm more curious, if we could put a condition on the building permit that was up to so many units, and that was something we were allowed to do, would that change your thought on this?
I would not oppose it if it was in the current zoning, where the current zoning is, because that's what it is. If it fit within those regulations, I would still oppose it because you're moving it closer.
Okay, no, that's fair. Thanks.
I think there's lots of room for it where it is. I heard the comment earlier too about there's still lots for sale. There are still 2 lots that have not been sold in Grand Banks, both of them back onto 68th Avenue. But most people know that's not the most desirable lots in the city. One of those has a spec house being built on it right now, right at the end of the intersection where the stoplights are. Yeah, it's a tough sell. It would be in any neighborhood. But there are only 2 that are not sold.
Okay.
Roughly a year ago, I went in. I had a client looking to buy a lot. They would have loved to buy a lot backing onto the trees. And I was told then that they had no plans in place for developing those lots. So they haven't tried. So,
All right, thanks. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for coming in, John. I know where you live on Grand Banks. I was in your house before you were in your house while it was being constructed. They didn't put the garage door up. Really nice house. So I kind of know where you're at on this. But the reason I point it out is because I'm just looking at your experience as a realtor for the potential of the neighbors adjacent to this potential development to be impacted. So what I hear all the time whenever we build a multifamily in a residential area, especially for the lots that look over somebody's backyard, oh, I lost all my privacy. I don't have privacy. I don't want to buy there because I'm staring over at those apartment buildings there. So we've seen that there's 2 potential residential lots. But based off the layout that the developers put forward for council to see and everyone here to see today, do you think that that layout design would impinge on the privacy of the adjacent lots. And I'm thinking about the 4 or 5 lots going forward, and I'm thinking about maybe the top story, third and fourth floors.
That layout design would not impinge on the privacy. What would impinge on the privacy is bringing the whole complex closer. There is zoning in place that'll put that complex there. They just need to find a way to work with two landowners. And if you said, okay, we're only going to allow this on this lot, and we're not going to extend over onto the next lot, you got another landowner you're going to have to deal with to change their subdivision, change the zoning. And that's not that simple either. There's still room for another building on that on what's considered multifamily. If this goes through what they're proposing, if it is only the size that they're proposing and it's only to the on the east side of that road, there's still room for another 60, 80 units. On the west side of the road, it's still puts a lot more traffic. It's really about the density and the size that's out there.
Okay, thank you very much. No.
Thanks for being here, John. Appreciate it.
Raphael Bowman, also a resident of Grand Banks. I think Bree and Dylan eloquently stated their concerns from a family perspective, others from traffic, etc. I think what we are facing today here in this council chamber is mitigating the risk from the residents' point of view. And the risk has been identified by many people in front of the microphone. There are so many unknowns. The request today is to allow an increase in multifamily. The people who are in favor of this, the developers, showed a site plan but don't have a site plan, are proposing something but there's no real proposal. They're saying one thing and maybe it will come to fruition that way, but there's no guarantee. So that is the risk. That is the risk from the residents of the community. To comment from a couple of councillors' questions, I am also a licensed realtor in the community, and Councillor Berg, I can tell you that although I live in the community, I just sold my house to move 4 doors down. So I'm remaining in the community. But my house was assessed higher than I was able to achieve at fair market by more than 10%. I can't sit here and tell you all the factors, but when I asked realtors who showed my house why they didn't bring an offer, the current 3 Robins was a common denominator. Councillor Palat, you asked the question, if the same number of units were built on the proposed larger landmass, I think my answer to that would be you're bringing multifamily closer to the existing residents that never asked for this or thought it would ever happen because the way the zoning was when we purchased our land or we purchased our houses. So for those reasons, I'm definitely against this proposal because there are too many variables. There are not enough details. I will add that I was in front of development on behalf of a client about a parcel of land, and it was for multifamily. And my comment was, well, I don't know what would happen. There's a certain process that you have to go to, but if you came to us with a very specific use, development could take that to council much quicker and get an answer much more easily if it was a specific and specifically designed use. I don't see that today. I don't see a specifically designed use. It's a request for increase in multifamily without a specific use. There's too many risks for the residents in the community, in my opinion, and being one of them, I stand in opposition of this proposal.
All right, just see if my colleagues have any questions. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to ask this, Ralph, because I think I know you well enough, but I know sometimes, and we've went through a lot of files in my time on council where people are frustrated when we're changing use in the area, and I can totally understand that. I am curious, though, what your thoughts are on, do we, I guess outside of it, I'm not trying to be negative to the folks here, because I could appreciate if it was my area, I'd probably be very passionate about it. Do we really think that people are going to drive out onto Stone Ridge Way and not go straight instead of driving?
100% they will.
They're going to go.
The traffic patterns that we see living in the community now have so many people using our dead-end cul-de-sac for a turnaround. They come through, and these are people who have no purpose in the area. You add that many residents in a close proximity, and they will take every exit that they can to get out.
So maybe I'll rephrase. So if you were living there, you would take the longer route every time just because than to take the shortest.
Well, that's not what I said.
No, but I appreciate there's concern of that, and I'm not saying that people won't do that. From somebody that's drove in there by accident a few times, because it's a dead end, I'm stuck in it and I have to get out. So yeah. The loop being built through.
Councillor Platt, I do think that if it was an option-free alternative, you would get a percentage of people taking Grand Banks Drive, and you would take a percentage of people going the other way for various reasons. Some of them would not take the quickest route each and every time. It may be where my parking stall is and where my exit is, because on the picture that was in front of the camera, I noticed a reverse 7 style of parking arrangements, and the top of that was right at the base where we currently dead end on Grand Banks Drive. I would say that if the developers came with a very specific plan and council saw to it to segregate the multifamily from the current residential with a dead-end cul-de-sac, which has been there for 13 years now, and it's currently a dead end because the road ends. I don't know why it would cause any more issues for city that haven't existed in the past 13 years. And that would provide some segregation. But again, we're not being led, we're being led to believe that certain things will happen, but we have no assurances that they will. And that's the risk that we're trying to mitigate here today.
Okay, no, that's fair. Thank you.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. I'm trying to understand how the cul-de-sac and how the dead end currently works, because it sounds reasonable to me that it'd be more difficult to deal with garbage trucks, fire trucks, etc. My assumption, I'm curious this is how it actually works, is that when a garbage truck comes up, it uses the current undeveloped land, there's kind of the dirt at the end of there, and my assumption is that that's being used as a turnaround that wouldn't necessarily exist unless a big cul-de-sac was built there. But is my assumption correct? Like, how are the garbage trucks turning around?
Councillor Bressy, you are correct. The undeveloped land is currently gravel and graded like a cul-de-sac would be if it were to exist.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that is it. Thank you so much for being here. I will ask if there's anyone else here to speak in opposition to the land use bylaw amendment and the outline plan amendment. Welcome. Once you get situated, please introduce yourself for those who are watching.
Hello all, Mayor and Honourable Councillors. I'm Trevor Matkowski. I live in Grand Banks as well since about 2020. Going to be honest with everybody, I'm sure I probably saw the site plan when we moved in there, and I'm sure that RM section was there. Didn't put a whole lot of thought into it at the time. You know, one of maybe our thoughts, where we live now is just when you turn off 67th Avenue and onto what I think is actually Grand Banks Way, which comes around to the dead end there. And, you know, when we look at something like that, we're optimistic. And although there's RG on the other side of it, and I apologize, I'm not up on my terminology and I didn't prepare a lot for this, but wanted a chance to voice my opinions, that it could potentially rezone the other way, right? That RM could potentially get rezoned as RG and become larger family homes, which I think fits with the look of that neighborhood. They are backing onto the creek, nice homes. In fact, my wife and I have several times discussed feasibly upgrading, building a home backing onto that creek. Never actually pulled out the drawings again to actually see what that zoning looked like, but knowing that there was going to be a large apartment building there, would say, oh, wow, yeah, where would we do that? That's kind of where we pictured building this. One thing that we also know is that plans change. I think a big fear that I'm hearing a theme of with everybody else that spoke towards this, and even the questions the councillors are asking, is just speculation. Once it's rezoned, it's rezoned. That likely not going to go back the other way. And what could be built on there is up to speculation. This is our chance to speak on it, because I believe that once that rezoning were to happen, that's it. That's our last chance to speak on it. Every apartment building proposal doesn't necessarily come before us again to see whether we like that or not. This is, again, this is our chance. I think there's no doubt that there will be more traffic in the area. Will cars drive around the whole Grand Banks Way in front of my house? I don't know, probably not a ton of them, but I can tell you now we got a camera system, and when something goes on in the neighborhood, we look, and it records on motion. And I am blown away every time it records on motion. It's car, car, car. It's kind of a dead-end road. You wouldn't expect a lot of traffic throughout the day, but there is. There are a lot of cars that go down that dead-end road. I don't know if everybody lives down there. They're going around to turn around, come back out again. Different times of the day. I'm sure it's reflected different, but there are plenty of kids also playing on the streets. So it is a concern. I don't have young kids and they're not playing on the streets, but traffic in general is no fun. You're waiting to back out of the driveway. I have a concern that when I leave home and come out on 67th Ave, right where the Co-op gas bar is, how long is it before there's lights there? It's a yield sign right now. There's little traffic. I'm sure that once 3 Robins is built and that parking lot is open, there's going to be a lot more waiting already, let alone another apartment building at the end of that street. It wouldn't be directly affected by this new proposal, but with 3 Robins, which is already happening, and again, coming to the speculation thing, I heard it talked about that there were people speaking positively about the current development. It's not necessarily what I heard from my neighbors and what I felt. If anything, I felt relief. We all felt relief when it wasn't going to be an apartheid, whatever that was. And I do believe that the last time we were here and met with City Council, apartheid wasn't even in the books. Nobody knew what that meant. It was all big speculation. And the city adopted it into their books, I believe, is what happened. And so we were all in fear of this is actually going to be some sort of what? We don't know. A combination hotel, apartment, long-term stay. We didn't know what that looked like, what it would sound like. And I feel the same way about this, is we don't know what this is going to be. All we know is it's going to be bigger, And then again, is it bigger next? Do they take over the lot next to that and zone that one again? I think we just don't want to feel like we're losing these battles. That's all I had on my list.
Well, thank you for being here. No one is in the queue, so no questions, but thank you for being here. I'll just ask if there's anyone else here to speak in opposition of the Land Use Bylaw Amendment and the Outline Plan Amendment. I will ask, okay, come on forward. Welcome.
Evening. My name's Angie Peters. Just one small point that I wanted to bring forward, not to belabor any that we've already had, and maybe it would be helpful to see the map that I have on my phone, although you probably
put it on the X on the table there. Here we go.
How about I move over here then? I think we're probably, there is an interest to have the 3 Robins build another building there. And if they need a larger property than the RM, looking to the north is the simple answer, But there is land further south, as a couple of you have pointed out, and currently that wouldn't impact people who are already living in the neighborhood, thinking that there's still going to be a fair amount of development of single-family homes before we encounter the medium density residential that we knew was going to be there. I think that's kind of the most shocking to our community, is the plan to move that medium density closer to who's already there. I certainly understand that it is difficult with different landowners, but we would really encourage those two landowners to work together and perhaps put together a proposal that would work better for the neighborhood and still result in that development happening in our community.
Well, thank you for being here. There's no one in the queue with questions, so thanks for your time. I will ask again. No, you're good? Okay. I'm going to ask a third and final time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-211 and Stone Ridge Outline Plan Amendment C-13. Oh, come on forward. Welcome.
Welcome.
Once you get comfortable, if you want to pull that microphone closer to you, it's not attached to the table. So you can lift it right up and pull it forward. There you go. And if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Danica Jensen, and I would just like to address that there's many times that I've been biking out on the street, and there's been this random car that just comes into the cul-de-sac and does the loop. And if people are going to be in the apartment building over there, they will start to use it most definitely. And I will see an increase in that more often, and there's other children other than me that also enjoy to bike, and I find it like sometimes I've seen them speeding past. So,
okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for being here.
And
go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, just to address as a resident as well with young children, I would be in favor of keeping the single-family lots. Having an apartment building come in. Once again, as like Brianne mentioned, the increased risk of strangers and a lot more people that you don't have that ability to make a community connection with. When you're in a residential lot, keeping those 10 lots, I think gives the opportunity for our children to have more friends and have that ability to make friends with people and have a community that you can connect with. Once they're in a residential or an apartment building, you can't go in and make those connections like you would in a residential. So I'm a very strong proponent of keeping those 10 residential lots in our neighborhood.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. All right. Third and final time to see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to Stone Ridge Outline Plan Amendment C-1383C and Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-211. Seeing no one else, I will close this public hearing and look to business arising. Councillor Plott.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton. I don't have business. Sorry, do we have another shot at asking a minute questions, or is that window closed?
In the second reading, you can ask administration questions. But in order to get to second, I need somebody to do first. And if I'm going to give it one more call for business arising, Councillor Plott.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton. My e-scribe timed out, but I would. I guess I just need to get the package open so I can make that motion because I would like to ask admin questions.
Okay.
So my apologies on what the motion's supposed to be.
Except they want second reading. Councillor Plott.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm having some technical challenges. So I would.
And just in the e-scribe, item number 5.
I know I'm just not able to get in my e-scribe at this moment. So I'm just recommend council give first reading to bylaw C-1383C be an amendment to the Stone Ridge Outline Plan. Is that correct?
You betcha. Okay. Thank you so much for that. So this is first reading on bylaw C. So there will be two parts here. First is the bylaw on first reading on the Stone Ridge Outline Plan, which is bylaw C-1383C. So this is the amendment. No discussion or debate on first reading. So I'll call the question on first reading. Please vote. Councillor O'Connor, how do you vote? Just tell us. Councillor O'Connor votes in favor. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Questions for administration, if I can. And now that
Can
we've
you
had that.
just put the second reading motion out?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I would move council give second reading to bylaw C 1383C.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. This is an opportunity, discussion, debate, also questions for administration. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
I am just curious, and I can really empathize with some of the folks here about this getting closer to their property. So once we approve this, is there anything that council can put on this lot to protect some of those, the size of the project or where the project's located? Is there anything we can put in to, I appreciate some folks with a lot of anxiety around that, and I guess I'd like to see development go ahead, but I can understand the anxiety, and if I can't make that work, then I'm going to have to think about that myself, I guess.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, through the mayor. If it was adopted as proposed, I don't see any mechanism that council would be able to implement certain design features such as density or whatnot, or building height or number of units. So if, I guess taking a bit of a risk here, if that's the level of detail that you're looking for, then I would suggest that council could discuss the opportunity of a direct control land use district, but as proposed, that there is no opportunity for that.
Okay, so unless it was switched to direct, we'd have to defeat this the way it is currently. We wouldn't have any ability to switch or have any comments about site size or, sorry, building units or where you're entering the site, like none of that stuff would be allowable?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And I'll even take it a step further and just add that if a development proposal for a permitted use meets all requirements of the land use bylaw, the city is obligated to issue development permits.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Mr. Johnson, council cannot change we're not amending the changing the preferred zoning without having advertised periods. Council couldn't make a motion today to change this to direct control.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No, that would be a significant change of what was advertised, and so we'd have to go back to start the process
Perfect.
again.
Thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm curious if council did defeat this bylaw today. First of all, how long would it be until a reapplication could happen?
Mr. Johnson.
Through the mayor, there are some provisions which limit the amount of, or which require a certain amount of time before a rezoning of the similar nature could happen. But if there was a proposal to go with a direct control district that changed the nature of the development and were to address council's reasons for refusing it, then there is no time limit. So an application could be received tomorrow. We could work on it with our usual timelines and bring it back to council without limitation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you explain that? Why is there no limitation?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Essentially, if I draw two scenarios, so let's say one was this is to rezone to medium density residential, council defeated it, then there has to be a waiting period of 6 months. Right. But if instead of RM, someone came back with a different land use district which changed it, then they're free to do so. And we would view the direct control district as a different district because it would put different limitations.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just on that then, if we were defeated as it is today, hypothetically, what would happen then? The proponent would go away, try to come back as a direct control, and then we'd weigh in on what we want? Or how, walk me through how that would happen where a proponent doesn't come in, we get a community with a full of anxiety again about what we're potentially building. Is there anything that can be done before that to help that mitigate, or is it just come in as direct control and we start this whole process from the start again?
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Direct controls run a full spectrum of detail. So some could be basically, let's just pick on density, for example. If density was the only challenge here, theoretically, council could indicate to the applicant that you're welcome to reapply, and if you go with DC and have certain limitations on density, we might be more willing to approve that. However, some direct control districts get far more detailed, and they include site plans and building elevations and customized development regulations across the board above and beyond my simple density scenario. So I think that if council were open to the idea of a direct control district, that you would signal to the applicant under what level of detail or design, and because it is ultimately their application that they would be submitting, so it wouldn't be up to administration to necessarily guide them and design them for that. They would be crafting the direct control district in a way that they kind of heard council might be open to the idea, if that makes sense.
Okay, so just follow up. So that'd be on the developer to hopefully hear what was said, to change it. It's not up to us to say we're going to have a consensus of 140 units, and we couldn't weigh in on that till the proponent came forward again under direct control.
Through the mayor, I think that council could give some pretty strong indications as to what might help tip the scales on it. Certainly it would be beneficial, because then it would give the applicant, and obviously administration is going to help the applicant in crafting the district and whatnot, but it would help to know that we're on the right track in coming up with something. So, so yes, I think you could provide some level of detail or indication.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Johnson, to the same extent, could they go south and still proceed if they wanted to rezone the southern lands, if they found a way to make a deal? That wouldn't impact this, since the wedge piece is already in RM.
Johnson.
Through the mayor, I'm answering more from what I heard from the applicants, and that is a separate landowner, and that's just not an option that's on the table at this point in time. So I can't add much to that.
Okay.
I guess, sorry, through the mayor, short of saying that technically administration could respond to a development proposal and bring it through the same process, but from what I heard from the applicant is that the landowners are just not on board.
But if they chose to work out those issues, then they wouldn't have to wait the year, is all I'm asking.
Oh,
Mr. Johnson?
yes, through the mayor, no, they wouldn't, and it would be a different property. So even if they came in with the exact same district, it would be a different proposal.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
All right. So I see no further questions in the queue. I'm going to call second reading. Please vote on second reading. Sorry,
I didn't have questions.
go for it.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My apologies. Yeah, I think for me this is a tough one. I was coming in today thinking that I was probably going to be voting yes to this, and the reason for me is I've been very on the record in the past of I want more people living in this neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that I think has access to one of our best natural amenities in Grande Prairie, and also it's near hundreds of millions of dollars in public investment. So I've been very on the record in the past that I actually do want to see more density in this neighborhood. But I think that what's changed my mind on this is when I look very closely at the current outline plan and the proposed outline plan, those two blocks just feel very different to me in terms of the current plan. With the way that 90-degree angle happens at the end of the road, it feels like the RM district is very distinct from that block, whereas look at the proposed one, it really does feel like it's part of the end of that block. I think it does very much change the character of Grand Banks Drive. The other two things that really resonate with me is I'm a guy that gets to know his neighbors, and gets excited when somebody new is moving on the block. And something I've always admired about this neighborhood is that it is a neighborhood that I know that works hard to get to know each other. And the morning of losing 9 to 10 new families that we could have got to know at the end of this block, that does resonate with me, and I might feel different about it actually if it was family housing. I know that maybe would be less comfortable with the neighborhood, but if it would be, but there's going to be new kids at the playground that kids can meet, etc., I might feel different about it. But that's not going to be the reality of this. That is those social opportunities that people are buying in this neighborhood going away. But I think the biggest thing for me that I heard that really does resonate with me is, holy smokes, it's a lot of change with the existing big development happening, and with the uncertainty here as well as the current change, it's just that's unsettling, and it might just be too much too fast. And so for me, I definitely have had my mind changed, and so I do think the folks that came in, and so that's why I'm a no on this tonight.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was going to wait till fourth reading, but Councillor Bress, you opened the door. So I realize that there's a financial impact one way or the other. To the developer, they've got a potential buyer for this land. For the homeowners, their fear is that their property values will drop. And so there's negative one way or the other. And in fairness, too, when I look at medium density, I think that potentially there could have been some nice townhomes put in there, some high-end homes with less yard maintenance. So I guess when I look at that, and actually I did look at buying a lot in here back in the early development, that's kind of how I saw that, was high-end townhomes as this developer has built before. Not necessarily a giant apartment building, even though it is 55 plus. Also, I read all of the letters. Roughly 2/3 of the neighborhood sent letters in, and you can't ignore that. I heard their voice loud and clear. I heard their concerns loud and clear. And if I was in that neighborhood, I would be expressing my concerns as well about my property values. There is an option to the south. It is less than ideal, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. And talking to some of the people like Greg and Angie, they would not be opposed if this development was proposed to the south and not encroaching to the north to existing homes. By maintaining those 10 lots or 9 lots, anybody that builds there or buys there knows who their neighbor is. The current people that bought in this area did not expect an apartment building. So for me personally, it's not something that I can support.
Councillor Thiessen.
All right, I'm going to speak. I ask you all to hold your applause, even after I've spoken. Everybody knows I'm the housing guy on council. Everybody knows that you talk about a senior's home, and I'm probably keen to that. I saw somebody come in here today that's also a housing person as well. And it always struck me as somebody who's advocating for more densities and how it's not going to impact the community. Saw that, hey, this could definitely impact the community. I was going to ask her a question, but I wasn't quick enough on the button. But I came in here thinking, I don't know if I can support this. And then after listening to the developers, I started thinking, well, maybe I can. But after listening to the rest of the residents, I'm back to where I started again. Grand Banks, when it originally started, which was my first year on council, it was supposed to be high-end homes. It was supposed to be high-end homes, that the large estate kind of homes inside the city, the homes you find in the county, but this time it's in the city. It was a proud character design of single-family homes and very limited density. And the density that was proposed back in the day, if my memory serves me correct, was around those condos and on the outskirts of the actual proposed. And you see that when you take the maps and you explode it a bit. But what I'm seeing here right now is we've done some changes to the neighborhood over time. And right along 67th Ave there, we have 2 RM district zones that people are going to be turning into. The first thing they're going to see is apartment buildings to this beautiful single-family home neighborhood. And then as they continue down the road, they're going to see another apartment building in the backs of some homes. So what I'm seeing here is that the entire design, the character design of the neighborhood is being altered. For density purposes, and I believe the developers, when they say they want to bring in something high-end and that it will look good, and it better look good if it's sitting at the end of the Grand Bank of Grand Banks, because that's what I would expect from that property. They're high-valued lots, and even with high density, I would expect them to still remain looking as high-valued lots. The delegations from the neighborhood made a couple of really great points. There's no certainty behind this zoning. And as Councillor Plott said, unless we can get in there and do some kind of direct control or whatever, then we lose our own identity. And if those things don't sell, but sometimes they don't. I'm dealing with an apartment building in Spear River right now that is a $274,000 hole for Grand Spear Foundation. We can't find seniors to live in those homes. And we're starting to look outside of the community and bending our own rules because it is rural and we can't find those people. The other thing that I really get concerned about is when we start talking about 4 stories, more than 3 stories, I guess, along the top of the bank there. Especially when we're talking about underground parking and stuff, all the things that I love, I think they're great. But I get concerned about slope stability. I get concerned about having a wet summer or spring or winter, and then we start having sliding like what we have been seeing in the county of Grande Prairie in the Wedgwood area. I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but I'm saying the more weight we add to the top of the bank closer to the edge of the bank, is the higher the probability that you're going to have slope sliding. And for me, I don't think people who may be buying high-priced condos living in here in a 55-plus community want that either. So I also heard from Mr. Kroll that as an experienced realtor, that last portion of residential, medium-sized residential RM, we could develop this entire project on that site, perhaps using a little bit of creativity. And is it necessary for us to expand the amount of land available to that site? So I'm trying to think of all the good planning reasons to say yes and all the good planning reasons to say no. And I feel like I'm in a deficit to say yes. And so in regards to this development, I'm currently and probably will be voting no. And yes, please hold your applause because it puts a lot of pressure for people who may wish to speak against this as well, who might have good points also. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As somebody on council that's always very pro-development, as I constantly worry about our taxes, because I hear from some of the folks in this room personally about our taxes quite often, I have a hard time saying no to development. I think I've heard enough tonight that's it seems like this is a tough one to go ahead. But I do want to, I guess, foreshadow that if this does get defeated and the proponents do a good job coming back as direct control, and they do a good job of pushing that site back and showing that it can work, I don't know how I can not support it. We've also, as a council, sat around this horseshoe and talked about how much we need multi, how much we want multi in that area, how much we need seniors housing. There's a senior shortage in housing in the community right now. So I'm struggling for all those things to say no. I appreciate that you've done an amazing job as a community to come in and sway my opinion a little bit that way. But I do have to caution our council. We make tough decisions. We bought a hotel in the past. It had hundreds of people oppose it. We've done several zoning changes that have had literally hundreds of people oppose them, and we've went ahead with them. So there has to be some points in time we can't make everybody happy, and I appreciate this isn't maybe that time. But I guess for me, I still think the merit of the development makes a lot of sense. I understand the concerns of the area of not wanting an apartment building. But in essence, if a proponent could come back through direct control and say, I want to put a maximum of 120 units, you could have already had that there. In essence, if they can come back and we can stick handle some things through direct control of how the accesses could happen, that could be better than what could happen in the alternative. So it could be a no for today, but I do want to foreshadow to this community a little bit. When I read through the notes, and even from some of the proponents, I can totally understand not wanting something like this in your backyard. I really can. I did get the feeling that a lot of folks here think that it should just be left and that there should be a bulb and that it's going to change planning. There's a plan. There's going to be eventually multi-site in this area. There's eventually going to be a road built through there. So I do hope that a lot of people realize that development will happen regardless of this proponent or not. There will be development there at some point. So I know I'm not getting a lot of claps, but I do hope that this comes back through direct control with more thoughts of how to listen to what the community's concerns are, because I don't like to say no to development, especially when I know how much we need to get our tax base growing and how much we need to get homes for seniors. And this is to me, I can't imagine as a senior a better location in Grande Prairie where I choose to live. So I have a hard time taking that out of the community as well.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Anyway, I'm sitting on the fence for a couple of reasons, and one of them is that market demands determine what a property will sell. And right now we have 8 to 10 lots, I think it is, that haven't sold. So what do you do if you've got development going on? And one of the things you have an advantage of, you have some of the most expensive houses in Grande Prairie. So you wonder why you've got all this traffic coming through, because they want to see what an $850,000 or $900,000 house looks like. So that is why I think, and I could be wrong, you're seeing all these people wanting to come and see these houses. So once the development, regardless if we approve this tonight or not, if the southern development goes ahead, your road to Grand Banks Drive is going to be finished. So all the safety that you're feeling now because you're in a dead-end road is going to be developed. So that bonus is going to go away, and you're going to see more people driving around to see these homes. So that's why, and I just want to let you know my experience. In 1981, I bought a house in South Patterson. It was the last road. There was an empty field. I didn't do my homework to find out what was proposed for the land. A year and a half later, all of a sudden, ranch lands got built. And I was so upset that this happened. That's why I'm sitting on the fence for you, because I recognize what you're seeing. Yeah, it really affected me. And there I am. I thought my house, there was more traffic on that street than I could ever count. And so I just want to let you know, I think it's important that we look at, and if it's a no tonight, that I agree with Councillor Palat, that we need to take a look at what fits for the neighborhood and for the area, and we should be developing something because we need that tax base, we need that development to happen in our city. So I'll wait, reserve judgment. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. I appreciate all the comments of my colleagues. I think in particular, I really appreciate Councillor Platt's comments in regards to that. Typically, I would come to a meeting like this and be pro-development. For me, there's a few reasons why I can't support this development. The plan as initially laid out is a well thought out, well-designed plan for many reasons. And there is multi just south of the proposed area, which will integrate single family with multi, with a good land use mix. And I think that by disturbing the land use mix, it as currently designed, really will change that neighborhood. We currently have 700 apartment units that are in the ground in Grande Prairie, which is a huge win for this city. We haven't seen that number of apartments be built in a very long time in our city. And with that, speculation is that there's a need for more. But until those 700 are completely filled and built, and we know that there's an uptake in single-family housing coming, I don't know that the need is necessarily there. And so I think, for me, I like how the current land is designed, with the road coming to the end of the single families, going directly to the west, cutting that, almost dividing off that section of single family housing. It's a well thought out, well designed plan. And for me, status quo is what's best for this neighborhood for now. So I don't see anyone else in the queue. I'm going to call the question on second reading, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Councillor Councillor O'Connor, not in favor.
So this is defeated 7-1. So we will be. Sorry, did you want to change? Yeah, I'll change my vote. Okay.
I'll fix it. I was going to go on final.
So that will be unanimously in opposition. Okay. Yes, no problem. So that will close the Stone Ridge Outline Plan Amendment. We will go to the Land Use Bylaw Amendment, and I'll ask my colleagues if we could defeat it at first reading, just so that there's a proper process to close this off tonight. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Happy to make the motion to get it on the table.
Thank you. So that is a motion for first reading of Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-213. There's no discussion or debate on first reading, and I'll call the question.
Not in favor.
And that is defeated. So we will move on to our delegation business, and there was no delegation business. I apologize. I have one more. (16.2), right? Yes. So I may have in the notes then, I just want to make sure that you had the number correct. I did quote it incorrectly, but you had it correct in the motion. Thank you. So we'll move on to item 16.2, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-213. I'll call this public hearing to order and look to Ms. Patel for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to amend the land use bylaw. The purpose of this application is to provide for the development of residential units in Arbor Hills neighborhood. The subject property consists of approximately 4.83 hectares of undeveloped land surrounded by low-density residential development and undeveloped county lands to the north and undeveloped lands within the remainder of the Arbor Hills 1 neighborhood. Applicant is proposing to rezone the lots from urban reserve to small lot residential and combined residential to support the next phase of residential development in Arbor Hills neighborhood. The subject lands are identified as small lot residential and combined residential within the outline plan. Therefore, the proposed amendments are consistent with and supported by the Arbor Hills 1 outline plan. Administration concludes that the proposed amendments are consistent with the intent of the outline plan and with the adjacent areas. Based on this background and analysis, administration recommends that council give 3 readings to this bylaw.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm opening the queue for questions for administration. Seeing none, I will move to the presentation submission portion and ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. Please come forward. Once you're situated, if you could please introduce yourself.
Switch sides, see if it helps.
Maybe this side will be more lucky. It didn't work last time. So. Somebody clap for me.
Scott Rossler with Helix Engineering and Scott Pravitz with Prudential Lands. I don't think we have too much to add other than we're just following an existing outline plan that has already been approved. So hoping the zoning that complies with that will follow.
All right. Thank you for being here. Any questions for the proponents? Seeing none, I thank you for being here. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of land use bylaw amendment C-1260-213. Seeing no one here and there's no one online, I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition. Sorry, Councillor Plott, did you? Okay. You wanted to speak in, okay. I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to land use bylaw amendment C-1260-213, and a second time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition. I'll now ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to land use bylaw amendment C-1260-213. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and look to business arising, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Quick fingers, McGraw, right there. I'd like to move council give first reading to bylaw C 1260-213, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. There's no discussion or debate on first reading. Call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move council give second reading to bylaw C 1260-213, and that because it's an existing plan layout, I recommend that we vote in favor.
Motion is in order. An opportunity for questions for administration or discussion and debate. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on second reading.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move council have third reading of bylaw C 1260-213 at this meeting.
That motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. Still an opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing no one in the queue, call the question.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to have council give third reading to bylaw C 1260-213, be an amendment to the land use bylaw.
So that's to give third reading on the amendment to the land use bylaw. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
And that carries unanimously. We had no delegation business tonight, so with that, I'll call the meeting adjourned and enjoy your evening.